Well, and your man you wanted in there from the start, who unfortunately missed due to an injury, but Dylan Edwards is lining up at
I thought you were going to say Bradman Best.
No, he didn't get there. Didn't quite prove himself enough, but it's two huge games. So State of Origin men's, happening at the MCG Wednesday night. You can hear that live on ABC Sport. The Thursday night is the decider. As you said, first ever one. It's happening in Townsville. They've sold out the crowd. It is going to be a historic event.
3 sold-out games for the girls. You just absolutely love to see it.
And you can hear it all on ABC Sport. Keep it locked all weekend. Lots of league, lots of AFL, lots of sport. Lavender, that is us done. We'll see you next time on Sport and Spice.
See you there.
Good evening, ABC News. I'm Mike Lorrigan. After more than 4 days of jury deliberations, the double murder trial of former Jetstar pilot Greg Lynn remains without a verdict. Mr Lynn has pleaded not guilty to murdering retirees Russell Hill and Carol Clay, who went missing after a camping trip in the Victorian High Country in 2020. In a brief hearing early this afternoon, Justice Michael Croucher sent jurors home for the weekend. They will return on Monday morning to continue deliberations. A woman has been charged following a police shooting in Melbourne's northeast last week. The charges follow an incident in Thornbury where police were called to reports of a woman armed with a kitchen knife on Sunday, June 16. The woman is alleged to have run at officers while holding the knife before one shot was fired by police. She was taken to hospital in a stable condition. The 51-year-old Preston woman has been charged with multiple offences, including 2 counts of assaulting police. The policewoman who brought the Bondi Junction stabbing attack to an end has been honoured with an award for her bravery with the Commissioner's Valour Award. Amy Scott shot attacker Joel Cauchi after he murdered 6 people, including injuring a 9-month-old baby during the rampage back in April. After receiving the award, the officer thanked her fellow officers and other acts of bravery on the day.
The other first responders both at the scene and at the hospitals, and the extraordinary acts of bravery that we saw from everyday civilians. It was second to none. Really importantly as well are those victims, their family and friends who will be forever dealing with an unfathomable tragedy.
A veteran US diplomat believes Israel must present an alternate political vision for the war in Gaza. It comes amid increasing tension between Israel and the US over Israel's military operation against Hamas, as well as internal rifts between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his military leaders. The IDF's Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari has suggested Hamas will remain in control of the Gaza Strip unless Israel develops something else to replace it. David Satterfield is the immediate former US Special Envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues and says Israel must consider other long-term options.
Admiral Hagari's remarks that you must have an ideology to confront, challenge, and replace the vision of Hamas, it is a point that we absolutely agree with. We have advocated for that plan, which must include far more than just kinetic military activity.
Wholesale power providers are optimistic the Australian Renewable Energy Agency's latest investment will facilitate significant technological advancements. $3.2 million will be put into an Australian first trial of car-powered homes by provider Amber Electric. The project will test residential smart chargers and vehicle-to-grid technology in homes across the country mid-next year. Co-CEO of Amber Electric, Chris Thompson, is optimistic the technology could transform Australia's energy system.
At the moment, we're at about 10% of new cars are electric vehicles, and that's growing every year. A couple of years back, it was only 2%. And so I think we expect the whole fleet of cars that we're going to have in Australia are going to turn over to EVs over the next 10 to 15 years. And ultimately, what we're going to be able to do is unlock that capacity to be able to power everyone's homes and avoid the need to do things like build incredibly expensive nuclear power plants.
A team of international scientists has recorded chimpanzees in the wild actively seeking out medicinal plants to eat when they're sick or injured. The BBC's Victoria Gill explains.
The researchers described the study as detective work. When an animal that was holding its body awkwardly, limping or looking uncomfortable sought out something specific from the forest to eat, researchers collected samples of that plant material and had it analysed. Most of the samples they tested turned out to have either antibacterial or anti-inflammatory properties. The scientists say that watching what these primates seek out when they're unwell could even help guide the search for new forest-derived medicines. And in a positive postscript, all of the sick chimpanzees that the team observed self-medicating apparently made a full recovery.
Quickly to sport, a Pat Cummins hat-trick and half-century to David Warner has guided Australia to a 28-run victory via the Duckworth-Lewis method over Bangladesh. In their first Super 8 game of the T20 World Cup, Australia reached 2 for 100 in 11.2 overs in pursuit of Bangladesh's total of 8 for 140 before rain brought the game to a premature close. To the weather now. For Melbourne, partly cloudy and a slight chance of a shower tomorrow. Most likely in the morning, a top of 14 degrees expected. It's currently 10 degrees. This is ABC News.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Samper again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams him for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
Generosity of spirit.
Harmony and activism.
Supporting vulnerable children. What does it take for someone to become Australian of the Year?
Educating with art.
Caring for country.
Tackling substance misuse.
Mental health advocacy.
Keeping language alive and strong.
These are just some of the ways that we became Australians of the Year.
Anyone can nominate an Aussie who inspires them.
It's so easy.
So come on, nominate now.
Go to australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Works through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps. She'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Carlton versus Geelong to start round 15 of the AFL Premiership season. These two teams met back in round 7, which was only 6 games ago. Since then, their form lines have dovetailed. Carlton have lost just 2 games in that time, while Geelong have won only 1 match during that period. The Cats on the skids, but they get back Patrick Dangerfield tonight. What can they make of their stuttering season in 2024? While for Carlton, Can they frank their reputation as the second best team in it outside of the Swans? My name's Corbin Middlemaz. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There is no late change, which means Mark Blitzharps is going to go it alone in the ruck. Gary Rowan is going to start as the Cat sub. Meanwhile, for Carlton, they front up with just one change from the team that beat Essendon a fortnight ago. That is Fantasia is in, Carroll is out. That was made at selection. There's no late change tonight, and Corey Durden is going to start as the sub. No surprise for the end of June in Melbourne. It is cold. It is expected to get down to around 8 degrees during play tonight. It's also the winter solstice, so we've had the least amount of daylight today as well, and it has been rather crisp. The gang's all here on Friday Night Footy, plus bonus guest, new member of our team joining us as well in just a moment. I'm Corbin Middlemaz. Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy. Hello, Kel.
Hi. That's the best news ever. It's the shortest day of the year because it means we're getting closer to summer, Corbin. In saying that, I think it's about 13 degrees. I must say, what a spectacular drive along the highway heading into the city tonight for this game. The orange sunset was behind the CBD. Amy Park is lit up purple for a home game over the road against Wayne Bennett's Dragons, and they're wearing red, so they were all walking in, a couple of their fans. The MCG lights were on. It was lit up like a Christmas tree, and then you've got the fans in the hoops and then the navy blue buzzing around the G. It's just one of those nights where it just feels a bit special driving in knowing that you live in Melbourne. And I guess, is it Sydney 1 and is it Carlton 2? Is what we're going to find out in about 3 hours' time? Or is it Sydney 1, Daylight 2nd, and then the three big power clubs in Victoria, the Cats, the Blues and Essendon in the peloton chasing the leader for the final 9 rounds? So we're about to find out. I can't wait.
It's so rich in storylines tonight. And then the Geelong side of it, are they going to get their form back from the early part of the year and head towards a top 4 finish? Are they going to be flat out clawing onto a spot in the top 8, or are they just an also-ran? If they continue their form from before the bye, they'll be flat out making it, period. I might just build to the 3-time Premiership captain. I'll start with the Australian Football Hall of Famer, the coaching icon himself. His name is Mick Moldhouse. He's spilling his juice all over the place, but he is with us, as always, on Friday night. Hello, Mick.
Oh, why does it always happen? It's the pineapple juice in my throat. I've been next door. I've got to say, I just talking to Josh Frydenberg.
Name dropper.
Yeah, well, he's just one-eyed blue and he can't see anything else. So, and I've got some, talent next to me. So, but anyway, it's great to be here, and it's also great to be at this game because I reckon the test here is more about Carlton than it is about Geelong, because we know that Geelong over the journey have played big games, won games, they've lost a couple of games, but we're not sure about Carlton. And I think tonight could be the answer to a lot of that. And they have to win, and they have to win in a method that is what is required to beat Sydney and the best sides. So I'm looking forward to the game.
You weren't spilling your red wine like that at the Hall of Fame on Tuesday night, were you, Mick?
No, I wasn't, Cal. I didn't drink a lot of red wine. I was more interested in what Swanee would come out with, and I wasn't. And guess what? I wasn't disappointed.
Congratulations on the way you introduced him. I thought it was absolutely beautiful, and I'm sure we'll get to it in a moment once we've introduced everyone else. But it was a terrific night.
It was a great night. It is the footballer's night, and I did look. I'm not trying to pump this bloke up, but I would love to think that the two along from me will be part of that at some stage, because I really believe he's got the credentials, and it's not easy making it, but when I look around and I see the face, the names, I was walking along, it was over here at the centre point, which is so unusual because it's normally
at the tennis centre.
Centre, and I was walking along, I just saw big John Nichols sitting down. I mean, he's big. He's about 6'1" as a ruckman. And then on my table there was Kevin Bartlett. Of course, he's a legend. Francis Burke, Robbie Wiley, and Dale Waitman. We're all part of that 80 premiership side, and the boys are all Hall of Famers. And you look around and you think it's just fantastic. We don't really talk a great deal about football. It's more about life and how the family's going and that sort of stuff. And then you look around the room and you just see so many great players. I think there's only 150 of us alive, so it is reasonably it's a unique group, and I love the night.
You did such a fine job, absolutely, Nick. It was awesome to be able to see you there induct Dane Swan the other night. Were you still going with Swanee late into the night, or
6 a.m.?
I said goodbye on my way out, and he was still there. There's not a chance. And you know what? The remarkable thing was, I wanted to go and see some of the old teammates. I caught up with a couple, and I reckon the ones I missed, I reckon they bolted home. I reckon they got home before Swanee lassoed them and took them out. So they're good. They're all married and got kids.
This is one of my longer introductions. But speaking of Hall of Fame, nice little radio segue. The Geelong Football Hall of Fame is taking place tomorrow night. And as we learned earlier in the year, our good friend, one of the best analysts in the game, the three-time Premiership captain is going in as a legend, being elevated in the Geelong Football Hall of Fame. So congratulations, Cameron Ling.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful introduction. Thank you, everyone. And Mick, thank you for your nice words there too. It'll be a really fun night tomorrow night. I'm a bit excited about that. I know we've got a big game tonight, and I'm pumped about the Cats taking on the Blues, but Harry Taylor's coming over from WA. He's making it into the Hall of Fame of the Cats, and it'd be great to catch up with a few of the old crew. I've got a bunch of family and a bunch of friends going along, so I can't wait. I do jealously look on at the AFL Hall of Fame and think how incredible that room looks and the people in there, but it'll be brilliant. Tonight's game will be very, very interesting. I was at this game, 9 weeks ago? It doesn't feel like that long ago, 8 weeks ago, when Geelong took on Carlton. Big crowd. Cats got the win, but I watched the Carlton midfield dominate that day, and if it goes that way again, I think the Carlton Blues have a big, big win. So Paddy Dangerfield back in for the Cats is the real big one where they need to break even in that middle of the ground.
And good to see that Lingy's got the Swanee prep happening. He's on the waters at the moment. I think it might be the only time he's on the waters for the next week, rest of the weekend.
That is fair. Very true.
We'll talk more about it. It's a great honour as the night progresses. And 3 going into the Hall of Fame, including the coach?
Yes, the coach, Chris Scott. Also, great Travi Varco, incredible footballer, and in my eyes has still kicked the greatest goal on grand final day in history. That goal he kicked late in the 2011 grand final, where he was involved in defensive goal square, again on the wing, and then kicked the most sublime left foot snap running across the face of goals. Sorry, Mick, to bring all that up. But
Mick's turned his headset down.
But Travi Varco,
I'll turn it off.
thoroughly deserves his spot there. It'll be great to see him as well.
Tim Hodges is with us as well tonight, as always, to our usual Friday night crew. Plus, man who captained Hawthorn during Sir Doug Nicholls' round recently, part of their leadership group. He's one of our favourites, must be said, on ABC Sport, and we're very lucky to have him in the box with us for Friday Night Footy. Jarman Impey. Jarman, welcome to ABC Sport.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm quite excited tonight. It's going to be a fantastic night.
Jarman, you're on your bye. Everyone else is escaping the state. Daniel Rioli's gone to Queenstown and proposed to his girlfriend in the snow.
Unbelievable.
And you've come to sit next to Mick Moldhouse on your weekend off.
I have.
Why?
I'm a bit of a fan of Mick.
What were you doing here?
No, we had training today and we got training in the morning, but no, I got away to Shepparton for a few days and back, and I'm just so, grateful to be a part of tonight, and I think it's going to be a splendid night.
I don't think you've played the Blues yet, have you?
No, we haven't. And I don't think I played them last year as well. So I'm very excited to play Carlton. They draw a big crowd, and it's always a good atmosphere when Hawthorn play Carlton.
What are you interested in tonight? Are you a big footy follower? Do you watch the other games when you're not playing?
Not a whole lot. Obviously, good games like this.
Yep.
Friday night football, I think, is going to be a great game, and my tip tonight is going to be Carlton, I think. So we'll see, but I think it's going to be a cracking game, and Geelong's very experienced, so I'm quite excited.
Who did you grow up supporting?
I actually went for the Richmond Football Club.
Right.
So
Why is that?
Just in the family.
Yep.
My old man did, and Grandpa, and that was sort of the way it was. But I tell you what, when I went over to Adelaide and my first practice match was against Richmond, they were a little bit cheeky, so from then on, I did not like them. So that's quite cool.
Great modern-day perspective. Jarman Impey's going to be with us throughout the night on ABC Sport alongside Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling. My name's Colton Middlemass, Kelly Underwood to call the footy with me, and, of course, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Just repeating, there's no late change here tonight, which means Mark Blitzarves is going to be the sole ruckman.
Well, Sam de Koning maybe, but then you think Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow are down that end for the Blues. If something was to go a little bit wrong with Blitzarves, where's the ruck come from for the Cats?
Is the task here basically, the second ruck for the Blues is probably Harry Mackay. So they just say to Sam de Koning, You're with Harry all night. If he's in the back line, you're playing on him in the back line. If he's in the ruck, you're going to have to go pinch hit in the ruck. And
yeah, that's a good call.
We'll send Blitz halves with De Koning all night, and that'll be it.
Yeah, I think Blitz will have to get his rest if Tom De Koning takes any rest, and that's a great call that you make. Well, Sam, you drift up with Harry and just play on him, which... I mean, if Charlie Curnow gets off the chain, though, and starts taking apart, I think it was Jake Kolodjasny last time they played. Jack Henry possibly gets that matchup or helps out a little bit. But if Charlie Curnow gets going and they have to drift Sam De Koning on to Charlie, then when Mark Blitzarves needs a rest, I'm not sure where it's coming from. Tom Hawkins certainly, I don't think... Well, Tom Hawkins does the ruck in the forward line,
He'll do all the forward line.
So he doesn't have to go deep into the forward.
Stanley's been like this for 3 or 4 years. We hate him. He comes back to the side. He plays in the final. Oh, we don't like him. He comes back in the side. I mean, Lingy... You've said it yourself, so I mean, you don't pick the side, but the others, for some reason, he has a really bad one and he's out of the side, but then the next one that comes in can't do any better, so they end up bringing him back in the side.
No, and Toby Conway's at that stage where he's only played 8 or 10 games, so they want to eventually get him as the number one ruckman. It's still very early on in his development. They haven't quite got that gap in between the ruckman. I mean, John Segler was recruited a couple of years ago and did it for a little bit where he could come in and play half a dozen games. But they don't have that other ruckman who can just jump in and chop them out a little bit.
So tell me, Stanley's was named injured. He's out of the side because he's injured, but he's been named as an emergency. Is Chris Scott playing funny buggers or what? I don't remember recalling that happening for a while.
I've seen that happen a few times, Kel, this year.
You probably did it, did you? No.
No.
You've seen it a few times.
I've seen it regularly through the AFL. Someone's out.
Injured, but he's listed as injured,
and then
he's named an emergency, which is why I think we all thought there might be a late change.
Well, has it changed? I've noticed recently there's less players listed as managed. Are you not allowed to list them as managed anymore? You have to actually nominate them as injured or omitted?
I don't know the answer to that, but I know that there were strict interpretations in players regarding the media this year as part of the new deal, and that they were cutting back, getting a lot more strict on, I think Jarman can tell us, in the rooms after games, it's like for the next 10 minutes after the full-time siren, every single player, unless they're in the doctor's rooms, has to be available to the media.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. So, they might be playing funny buggers and playing a few tricks, but that's my understanding.
I mean,
so maybe they are cutting back on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Managed.
I don't know why Reece was out injured but still an emergency. It seems like he must be hampered. That can be the only reason why they're not going in with another ruckman.
A couple of other key issues to look at tonight. Patrick Dangerfield is first up for the Cats. He obviously hasn't played since the last time these two teams met, which was 8 weeks ago now. Chris Scott said yesterday, made a point of it, Lingy, that shackles are off. He's ready to go. We've held him back, and we're expecting him to go out there tonight and play like the Patrick Dangerfield that we know.
Yeah, my understanding was he could have played the Richmond game. My understanding was he was a certainty, as in fitness-wise, to play the Sydney game, and they made the call to utilise the bye and maximise that and say, okay, let's leave him out for that extra game, get the bye so that he is 100% fit. And they're, I suppose, rolling the dice a little bit, saying we need a 2022 finals version of Paddy Dangerfield flying, and then Cam Guthrie maybe 2 weeks' time with that Achilles coming back in as well. If our midfield is going to hold up and do something in September, I don't think they saw that Tanner Bruin was going to break his wrist at training, Corby. That was a bit of a blow for how deep their midfield could go. Huge loss for them.
Lingy, just from the last time we watched, there was 30 shots to 20-odd and Carlton won. You've got doubts Geelong won. You've got your doubts whether Geelong can actually hold up. What's the difference in that period of 7 or 8 weeks?
Well, that game, I left the game very happy, but thinking Carlton should have won that game.
Yeah.
Because they dominated the middle of the ground. Absolutely smashed the Cats. And Geelong found a way to be super efficient rebounding out of defensive 50 and scored incredibly efficiently. I didn't think that would hold up over the long term. So if that goes again, I reckon Carlton win tonight.
But you've got to say, what has Michael Voss learned? And look, I've said for absolute 10 years, if you don't go 6 backs, or sorry, 6 forwards with Geelong backs, you are absolutely opening the door for Stewart to be best on ground.
Yep.
And not only best on ground, he just gets around, he makes the right tackles, he makes the right spoils, he takes the right ball. I'll be interested to see whether Carlton can hold their front 6. That if they do that, they'll win. If they don't do that, you know what? Geelong will win again.
That's the big change too over the last 5 weeks. Tom Stewart's had his first serious lull in his career.
Well, he's been tagged.
Yeah,
he's been.
Well, that's what you've got to do, Kel.
So what do you do if you're Michael Voss? And we might ask Jarman's opinion on this as well, Mick, after you. But if you're Alex Chincotta's usually your tagger.
Let's say it's him.
Right. So do you send him to Stewart? Do you send him to Dangerfield? Do you send him to Myers?
No. You've got to have some. If you're going to have. I know who he's going to go to, but what I'm saying is Stewart has to have an opponent. But that does not stop Chris Scott from saying to Stewart, you now go and pick up Harry Zambagna. So you've got he then takes 2v1.
Right.
2v1, and you watch, all of a sudden there is this doubt, and the side starts to shuffle. Well, hang on, he wants, look, let's say Chincotta. He's coming to me. I know I'm going to walk over and play on, Fantasia. Well, then Fantasia's going, hang on, I've got Stewart, you've got Stewart. Where's the other backline player? Oh, it's Colin Jasny. Guess what? He's loose. Or someone else is loose. You cannot, in this football, you do never accept being tagged out of the game when you've got the capabilities of sending that player onto someone else.
Jarman, how hard is it to play that role, though, as the forward stopping a Tom Stewart like?
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. You're trying to focus on, obviously, the play. And in this day and age, it's read and reaction. So if you're trying to find where the opponent is and watch the stoppage and watch where that ball's going, it's incredibly hard, especially when you have to run patterns as a forward. You know, you got to create your outlets, you got to get front and centre. But, it can be done. I know that in our team, Sicily, he always gets that and he finds a great way. But, yeah, it's a very hard thing to do as well. So, yeah, we'll see if they have some success with that tonight.
What would you do with him, Wingy?
If I was Carlton, Michael Voss, you have to send someone to him. I mean, it is...
To Stewart?
You have direct evidence. For 7 weeks, Cats are undefeated. Tom Stewart's an All-Australian lock in 7 weeks. Then 5 weeks, the Cats are 1-4, and Tom Stewart's having his first really down part of his career.
He's having doubts.
Yeah, it is proof.
Yeah. I mean, you're a great stopper. I mean, is it different, though, from playing on Zach Merritt and Zach Butters to playing on Tom Stewart?
Yeah, definitely. And something I would love doing, and it's funny... having Jarman in, when Hodgie with the Hawks, after Hodgie dominated in that 08 grand final, Bomber Thompson had the you-know-whats and thought, I don't want to let Hodgie have a good game against us again. So I then changed to playing as a forward, trying to stop Hodgie doing exactly what Stewart does and set everything up. And you can't run those patterns that you're talking about. You can't be just constantly trying to be dangerous the whole time.
No.
Sometimes you just got to stay at home and go, I'm going to let this ball get kicked in, and I'm going to have to try and either halve or beat him in the contest there. I'm not going to be able to outthink him and outsmart him and draw the ball every time.
No, I don't think so as well. He's such a great player, and it might not work. So someone might be off the change in the midfield, and they might have to, send someone, into the midfield if they can't get it done too. So we'll see how the game starts out, but very tricky.
So you look at those matchups: Hill, Pickett, Papley, Miller, Butters, Merritt.
All mixed. Good combo.
And they're all smaller top players. I mean, Chincotta's not a little guy. Like, he's a taller sort of a ropey player.
Papley's a forward too.
Yeah, the last 3 weeks have been mids. The previous 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's right, because they're forwards, yeah. Yep.
It's a different role, though, as a defensive forward.
Definitely.
It is, but it's not... Could I say, like Lee Brown, for instance...
Yep.
He had the job. We just said to him, okay, there's their best forward. You go to him. And the best forward was looking for cloak. All of a sudden he's thinking, well, hang on. I've got 2 opponents. Do I fall off? Inevitably, Brownie would be the first to kick the goal.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Because they both drop off him.
Yep.
It is an art, and you've got to do it.
The Cats are out on the ground first. They're warming up. They're all in white with the blue hoops. Of course, the white premiership shorts that they so often wear. Cameron Ling, the Cats, it is their nominal away game, though, tonight, unlike the home fixture they played here in round 7. And we're awaiting the arrival of the Carlton Football Club. It is the 9th annual Carlton Respects game, which is a match born out of the alarming statistics surrounding domestic and family violence. If you or someone you know is impacted by sexual assault, domestic or family violence, you can call 1-800-RESPECTS, which is 1-800-737-737. 7-3-2. So as a result, you will see the orange accent throughout the night. For those of you watching on, not just in the stands, but also on the Carlton jumper as well. So the Blues with a little orange patch on the shoulder. They've also all in navy, as you'd expect, with the white monogram and the orange socks and numbers as well. So the numbers on the back, as we're getting a good look at the number 9 of Patrick Cripps, who's about to lead the Carlton Football Club out onto the ground. We might just drop a mic across this too as we have a listen to the roar. There's quite a few in the house as Carlton are led out by their captain, Patrick Cripps.
We need you as loud as you can in here tonight. Give it up for your Carlton Blues.
It's not quite Michael Buffer, but here they are, the Blues. They're out onto the park, so their 9th annual Carlton Respects game tonight with the orange accent around the G. The full preview is coming up next. We're 10 minutes away from the bounce. Just repeating, there's no late change. Corey Durden and Gary Rowan are the respective subs. The full preview in 30 seconds.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
In a brand new show, Tony Armstrong and Catherine Murphy go deep into the weekend's biggest stories with special guests and self-confessed fanatics.
Join us for the weekend that was in sport.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is.
I knew that.
Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Blues are looming as the main challenger to the front runners, Sydney. They'll lose that status tonight if the Cats can cause an upset. Geelong trying to claw their way back into the season. They've given up much of their head start after winning their first 7 games. They've won just 1 of their last 6, but they get back to skipper Patrick Dangerfield tonight. Friday night footy, Carlton and Geelong from the mighty MCG. There was over 87,000 here the last time these two teams met just 8 weeks ago, and already it is filling up. We're about 10 minutes away from the bounce. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. The soon-to-be legend of the Geelong Hall of Fame, Cameron Ling, the 3-time Premiership captain, the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, and from the Hawthorn Football Club, one of our favourites, Jarman Impey, with us in the second row. 8 minutes away from the bounce. Set it up for us, gentlemen. What are we in for tonight? No late change for our audience just joining us, so Blitz asks to go it alone in the ruck.
We've got a great test of both teams, I reckon. We've got a Carlton team, I think. You guys touched on this right at the top at 7 o'clock. A huge test for Carlton to show that they are the team right there under Sydney saying, we're going to catch you, we're going to take you on in September. Collingwood possibly also going to put up their hand to do that a little bit later on in the year. And then you've got a Geelong team, which the bye might have come at a good time, Mick, I think, given their form in the previous 5 weeks hadn't been great. They just tailed off a little bit, couple of injuries, couple of concerns. You know, we've been talking about Tom Stewart and his struggles a little bit. Was the bye a great chance to reset and re-look back at what they did in the first 7 rounds and find that sort of form again? Or are we going to see a Geelong team that, well, their true form is one that's probably 5th to 10th on the ladder, and that's reality for them. So that's possibly what we're going to see tonight.
Well, it will surprise a lot of people. It certainly surprised me. I'm looking at. I like to look at. I know they haven't played everyone, but I like to look at percentage.
Yep.
The percentage is absolutely nothing. The difference over the 13 games is 2 goals 7. 2 goals 7, which is quite remarkable. But if you looked at current form compared to previous, look, you look at Geelong, you go early on, you go, wow, yeah, they're really surprising. But who had they played? And we're saying, oh, Carlton really disappointed us in a few of those games. But lately, it's been the other way around. We've said Geelong have been a little bit disappointing. Carlton have really steadied. And there seems to be this, you know, how you start to build up a bit of your own belief. Like Collingwood's belief is we can't get beaten, no matter what the scoreboard is. Carlton has all of a sudden said, no, we'll fight every game right out now. You know, you won't see us laying down. And I reckon he's almost got them believing that. And that's a great strategy to have going into a game, regardless of all the football strategies, to say, hey, doesn't matter what the game is, we will not be beat.
And a couple of key players come back in as well. I mean, Saad had been out for a little bit, and the Governor had been out for a little bit, and they start getting that structure back a little bit. Jarman, your team's one of the teams that Geelong had played in the early part of the year, and they beat you. I'm going to say that is a very different Hawthorn team to the one that we've been seeing over the last month of football. When Geelong were in that patch, and you guys might have been a little bit off your best, but when they were in that patch playing good footy, what was it that made them good? What worried you guys?
Well, honestly, I think the synergy, they were just very clean. They knew exactly where they were going to be, very predictable side. So they were just very slick in the way that they moved the ball, and it was hard to stop. And I think, confidence as well. They were probably a little bit older, so they were bullish. They were like bullies. They walked out there with confidence, and you could really feel that when you went to line up against them.
You play them in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Down at Geelong.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. It's going to be a great game, so might be doing a bit of scouting tonight.
I was about to say he's on double duties tonight. He's not only working with us in the combine, so he's also just not telling us everything he sees, just keeping a few little things up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'll just keeping them up my sleeve, so we'll just see here.
I'll get a hold of his notebook at the end of the night. Confiscate it off him.
Watch out.
But it's a good point Jarman makes. I think Geelong at that period, there was that confidence and that swagger a little bit, and a really mature group, and you guys are a younger group, and they got a hold of that. We've seen in the last 5 weeks from the Cats a little bit of that invulnerability just chip away a little bit, and some of the close losses, and even losses at home as well to Port Adelaide and to the Giants chip away. Whereas Mick's right, I think the Blues are going the other way. They are now starting to get that belief of, okay, we're not just good, we're really good. Last year's finals wasn't just a bit of a lucky run. It was a genuine run, and we're a genuinely good football team. And yes, the Swans are the best in it. Let's not hide away from that. But Carlton deservedly sit in that group who is right behind them.
Yeah, there's only one game though, Lingy. That's the whole thing. Now, Lingy, you know everything about this side. You half pick it. Parfitt. What's wrong with him?
No, I'm not sure, Mick. That's a really good question.
I just can't look. They want tough players in and around the middle. They've lost a midfielder.
Yep.
He's not a massive possession-getting player, but he tackles like there's no tomorrow. He's pretty neat with the ball. He can run all day. I am just staggered he doesn't get games of football. And can I just add? I'm just going to add this on, Lingy. He is. You've got. He's the second highest clearance player at Geelong.
And I reckon from games played, I don't know if you've got that there, how many games he's played this year. He's not even on our team sheet because he wasn't picked. But his first 8 games, first 8 rounds were excellent, I thought.
Yes.
With that hardness, as you're saying, with the tackling, throw in the fact he was great around the clearance and the contested ball. In years gone by, Mick, if you wanted an answer, his fitness wasn't high enough to consistently spread away from congestion and get across the ground. I think his pre-season was huge, and I think his first part of the year was excellent, so I thought he'd taken that lead.
Well, I'm surprised it only says 80, unless I'm reading it wrong.
No, that'd be right, I'd say.
See, I would have thought he would have played more, but I'm absolutely staggered given... Now, I know Dangerfield's coming back on the side off a big layoff. I see games like this when you've got Paddy Cripps in the middle, Kennedy will go through the middle, Walsh and these sort of players. Parfitt, to me, is the sort of player that can latch on at a stoppage, and you know you're latched onto.
Can I just give you a bit on Geelong? So there's only 3 on their injury list. One is young Wiltshire, who isn't in their best team. Cam Guthrie is out for a couple of weeks yet. Obviously, best and fairest in a premiership year. And Tanner Bruin got hurt this week, but that's it. So there's only really 2 guys from their best team that are missing. Stanley was listed as injured, but has been named as an emergency. I dare say if they wanted Reece Stanley, he would have been there.
Exactly. They're healthy. And Tanner Bruin's a huge blow. But, I mean, that only strengthens Mick's point, I think, Corbs. Tanner Bruin goes out, who's a hard, tough,
51 tackles,
clearance winner.
Parfitt's at 55 in 8 games.
That's perfect.
17 premiership players out there from the team that won it in 2022. So there's only 6 that are missing. Stanley's obviously an emergency tonight. No Parfitt, no Smith, no Selwood. Smith and Selwood obviously retired. Buse and Guthrie, who I mentioned. And the new faces in amongst all that are Holmes, Jack Bowes, Clark, Dempsey, and Mullen. So they're the five new faces
Dempsey's a fair player.
that come into this team.
He is a seriously serious player.
In the absence of those that are missing. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Cameron Ling, Jarman Impey and Mick Moldhouse in the second row. And on the boundary for us between the benches is Tim Hodges, as always on a Friday night. Good evening, Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, crew. Nice to be with you. Patrick Dangerfield back in the team for the Cats, and he has won the toss. The Cats will kick to the City end to start. That's right of screen if you're at home watching, listening to us. It is a big event Friday night, 2nd versus 6th, and it is an awesome crowd. I'm surprised. The MCC expecting to hit 75,000 this evening. It's more than I was anticipating. I don't think we're there yet, but it is building. That's after 87,000 turned up for the two teams just 2 months ago. And it's an amazing crowd worth mentioning, considering the conditions. It is a cold, cold, cold night. A low of 4 degrees expected this evening. It's currently 10. By the time of the final siren this evening, it'll be just 7 degrees. So spare a thought for us down on the boundary, fellas.
Yes.
No late changes, no shenanigans late for the Cats with Reece Stanley. The subs for Carlton, Corey Durden. For the Cats, it's Gary Rowan. I hope this game lives up to the hype. It's awesome. An awesome atmosphere, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. We're huddling together up here.
Just quickly, the De Koning boys are going to go at it in the ruck to start, Corbs, and Tom De Koning straight up to Sam, crossed the centre line and got into him.
Juicy
match
up to get us going. The opening bounce, De Koning v De Koning. Carlton versus Geelong on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Who's going to win it? It's Sam for the Cats, and Tom wins it for the Blues. It hits the deck. Cripps is over it. He overruns it. De Koning fires out the handball. Comes the way of Dangerfield, getting his first disposal. First game back since the last time he played the Blues, and he is pinged for a dumping tackle. So he was involved heavily in that passage of play. It was a tackle on Walsh. Walsh at half forward, emerges with it, kicks into the left forward pocket. It'll go out of bounds in front of Fisher.
What do you think?
Sorry, Zach Williams,
that doesn't surprise me about the ruck. Does not surprise me at all, but nonetheless it does take a good backline player away from Geelong's defence.
What do you think about the tackle? Both arms pinned?
No, that's got to be looked at.
You reckon?
Oh, absolutely. He's bounced. His head.
His head has bounced off the ground. That will get looked at.
Tom De Koning grabs it out of the ruck for Carlton. Shoots a hand pass out to Cripps. Forward pocket. He's tackled. Ball up.
I can't say anything on that because people listening will think that I'm being biased. But that is not a sling. That is not a second motion. That is.
But you know what they're like, though?
Duty of care on the tackle.
Yeah, and his head cracked into the ground.
Yeah,
because you know he's inconsistent, so who knows how he's going to look at it.
I would ask Jarman, but I'm not sure even the current players have a great understanding. He's shaking his head.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't want it. So we confuse ourselves sometimes.
Ball's out of bounds, forward pocket for the Blues. Sam De Koning grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Tui. Turnover by hand. Williams onto it for the Blues. High drop punt into the forward pocket. One bounce taken out of play by Jack Henry. So boundary throw in right forward pocket. Blues to the punt road end of the opening term. No late change. Durden and Rowan are the subs.
Can I just say, when you're a full back and you come into the ruck, your tongue will hang out unbelievably. So I feel that the Geelong De Koning may struggle.
So it was the Blues, Tom, that got in front position of the boundary throw in, but couldn't do anything with it. He's tackled to the turf, and a free kick. In fact, it's a ball up. So here they go again. Tom taking it out of the ruck, and he's kicked a goal. Take that, brother.
That's always going to happen. It's a strange move. Predictable, but you can't be a full-back, Lingy, and then do that. It's just not going to happen.
So Tom for the Blues in the ruck against Sam for the Cats in the ruck. It made its way down to the punt road end. It was a boundary throw-in, and Tom just eased his way while his brother was napping. And he scored the opener. 1 straight 6 to the Blues. The Cats yet to score.
You know why he was napping, Kel?
Why?
Because he couldn't get his breath. It's a different position. Fullback is a different position.
So that's the answer from Chris Scott. We wondered about blitz halves perhaps going it alone in the ruck. It's Sam De Koning who's playing against his big brother Tom. Like all their battles in the backyard, they take it to the MCG on a Friday night. Tom with the early honours, Carlton the first goal. Tom wins it down straight to Walsh. Hand pass to Cripps, kicks to centre half forward. Whistle on the play, a hold, it's a free kick for Harry.
That's not going to work.
It's going to Curnow, in fact. The Twin Towers, they both flew for it, and in the end, they both wanted to claim it. The umpire says, no, that's Charlie's kick. He's getting it centre-half forward for the Blues.
Yeah, against Kolajasny, arms wrapped around him.
Just grabbed him out of the... It's hardly a free kick, but as soon as the arms go around, it becomes a free kick. And that's for all the stuff that happens around the ground. This is where it happens in the forward line.
So Charlie Curnow, what a start this would be. Skips in, Cats have barely touched the footy. Carlton have kicked the first two. Carlton in charge early. And Curnow, the Colossus, kicks his first of the night. We're 2 minutes in. Carlton 2 straight 12. Geelong yet to score. 4 minutes played. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's coming from the middle of the ground. 4 clearances to 0 by the Blues. They're getting it straight out of there, and that's simply a case when the ball's getting pumped in quick. Defenders naturally are going to look for that body, wrap the arms around, give the free kick away. Alex Chincotta has got the job on Tom Stewart, as we thought would happen. Playing on him wherever he is going in that Geelong defensive end of the ground.
So I don't know what Stewart now. Stewart just should lean right in on another player. Just don't even worry about it, Taconi. He's not... Chincotta. Don't worry about him.
Bounce again. Here go the brothers. The older one, Tom, is teaching him a football lesson early on. Gets it down to Cripps. Off to Walsh on the left boot. And getting down low, Charlie Curnow almost took the mark. Here's Stewart handballing out to Tui. Tui back in the side. High ball, land right in front of the interchange gates, and Cowan will be given the mark.
He's the youngest Carlton player out there, the only teenager. Lockie Cowan, some indecision. The number 2 kicks down to right half forward. Wants Curnow, takes the mark. Plays on immediately. Kicks it deep to full forward. Harry's down there, leaps up. Jack Henry knocks it away for the Cats. Down to Sam DeConey. Hand pass to Dempsey in the back line. Gives it to Zach Guthrie. Turnover. Kicks it straight to Hewitt, who marks 51 metres out right half forward.
Yeah, great pressure by the Blues. They're just unrelenting at the moment. Cats can't clear it cleanly.
Crowded forward 50. Hewitt doesn't look confident with the trip. He's just going to lay it up forward pocket. Wants Curnow. No whistle. Punched out of bounds. A throw in. Forward pocket for the Blues. It's a fascinating tactical matchup early. So Sam DeConey in the ruck. Chincotta to Stewart.
Yeah. So Sam playing on his older brother. They're one of 10 kids. Mum's in the crowd, and her reaction to that first goal was absolutely priceless. Here they go again. Tom wins it. Quick handball. Cats getting involved. Stewart's handball into space. Still deep inside 50. Dangerfield lays the tackle. Ball spills clear. Charging through is Cowan. Throws it on his boot. It just lands short. Oh, is that... No, it was toe-poked over the line by Curnow.
They're going to check it, though, Cal, to see whether...
Stewart thought he took it over, and then late was coming through was Curnow's big boot.
Yeah, but when it bounced, just checking to make sure it did clear the goal line, which it did on the replay on our screen, that will be called a point.
Jarman Impey with us tonight on ABC Sport. Jarman, early in the game, we're talking about all the matchups and everything else. As a player on the field, are you conscious of that? Are you looking around going, oh, right, he's gone to him, or are you just worried about your role?
You are when you're in the back line. You check on your teammates, but, yeah, you're just seeing wherever the ball is going outside that centre circle. So I think Carlton there have had a few clearances, and I know Vossi is very big on contested football, having him at Port Adelaide when I was there.
Jarman Impey, great to have him with us tonight on ABC Sport on debut in the Combox, and had a fine start already as Mitch Duncan runs it out of defence, hits up Dangerfield, marks it half back, and the skipper plays on. Didn't quite hit that drop punt, kicks it down the wing, through the legs goes Wiedering, almost somehow like a basketball manoeuvre through the legs, got it to Cripps, to Walsh, hurried kick inside 50 from the Blues, hits the deck, he's onto it front and centre, Carlton at the first 3. And they're roaring their approval of the G. What a hot start for the Blue Daggers. 3-1-19. Geelong yet to score. They've been inside forward 50 0 times. Carlton 5 entries. Geelong yet to head into that territory. 8 minutes gone, opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And they are swarming all over the ground balls at the moment, Carlton. Wherever that ball ends up, even the Paddy Dangerfield kick, long to the wing. The moment it hit the ground, Wiedering was onto it. And then the runners got going. Walsh, they all linked up. dangerous forward entry. Nice goal to Owies.
Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Kelly, just an update on Sam Walsh. The doctors have just stopped looking at the vision right in front of me of that incident in the opening minutes. So it's taken them 7 minutes basically to tick it off. They have been out to speak to him and they think he's fine. I'm not sure where you sit, and even Jarman, whether you can enter this, but just the optics of not even bringing him off to check him after that heavy head contact.
Blitzarf straight into the ruck, so it's all Carlton 3-1-19. Geelong yet to score, but a free kick in the centre. Goes the way of Clark. Gives it off to the run of Guthrie, who goes long to the pack. It clears the pack. Here's a chance for Tui. He's got to get the right bounce, and he does. 25 metres out, throws it on the right boot. A roller, a tumbler, and the perfect bounce through for their first major. Back in their side, the Irishmen, and having an immediate impact. The first goal for the Cats to the city end, 1 straight 6. Carlton 3-1-19.
Mick, I can talk about this umpiring decision because I won't be accused of bias. There's no way that should be holding the ball in the middle of the ground.
Of course not. Absolutely not.
Zero prior opportunity. The
and
player
that's the first thing.
Immediately.
First thing is prior.
Yep. And it's pinned in.
Yep.
And just because it continued for a little bit, it was still pinned. He still had no opportunity to get rid of it. That's a ball up immediately for me.
Yeah, well, this is the confusing thing. When we have your football operations manager saying one thing and it's only an interpretation, and we all know it's a rule change, we've got a discrepancy for a start off.
So free kicks for holding the ball are up a couple of games since the interpretation change. Back in the middle, Carlton with the break. Cripps wanting to go short to a one-on-one. Couldn't pull in the mark. Geelong win it back. Dempsey receives a hand pass. Gives one back to Zach Guthrie. Sweeping Polly Farmer. Hand pass down to Stengel. Short kick to Cameron, who likes playing against these Blues. Clever kick. Pulls it back to the corridor for Max Holmes, who takes the mark. True centre-half forward. He'll kick from 35 out. And that is when he's at his best, Jeremy Cameron.
It's quite interesting. When everything's going under pressure according to plan, Carlton look great. When it turns around and they are trailing their player in on 2 or 3 occasions and then they all run back to the goal square and leave the corridor open, you're seeing the other side of Carlton. So, these things, they really do murder you.
Holmes, max reward, pops it straight through.
Yeah, with that Cripps kick, I think he went short to a 50-50. Carlton have a great start, get it in long, get some territory, especially early on in the game. There was a turnover, bang, bang, goal the other way. So when you can, get territory, especially early on in the game.
Jarman MP on ABC Sport, 11 minutes into the opening term. Carlton 3-1-19, Geelong 2 straight 12, 7 points, Carlton's lead.
It's a good point you make, Jarman, because it feels like and this is on your point as well, when Carlton are all charging forward, they're getting great numbers of representation forward. But even then when it flipped over, Geelong had huge numbers going forward. So you're right, if Carlton take that territory, they're probably threatening down the other end of the ground with the way they want to play tonight.
Correct.
Yeah, so there's only been 6 real minutes, not even that. 5.5 minutes gone, and we've had 5 goals. It's a very offensive game.
Bounce down in the centre. The umpire's blown his whistle and he's giving it to Holmes. Socks up, takes off, dances around a couple of Blues, drives it long, almost, but not quite to Henry. Ollie Henry leapt but couldn't pull it in, and it's over his hands and over the boundary line. So a boundary throw in 25 metres around from the Cats' goals, kicking to the city end to start this term. We've gone 12 minutes. Blues with the first 3. Cats with the last 2. Hawkins in the ruck. Flicks it behind his head. Straight to Walsh. Over to Hewitt. Out wide he gets to Mackay, who marks in front of Blitzarves. Look a bit like the Giants out there tonight. They're in the navy strip, but they've got the orange sleeves. And they're all wearing orange socks for the respects game. But the navy does look a little dark grey at times. So down the southern wing he goes. The umpire's getting involved with another whistle. And Stewart wins the free.
Arm chop, I think, Cal.
Stewart has got Chincotta for company tonight, so that's where the Carlton stop has gone. Short kick to Holmes. Holmes into the centre square, overcooks it. Missed Ollie Henry. Picked up out the back by Fogarty. Jams it on the boot for Carlton, and a mark to Elijah Hollins. Gee, we got some siblings out there tonight as Elijah Hollins kicks across the ground to Kennedy. He marks, sends Carlton down the right half forward. Mark to Fantasia. Looks into the pocket, hits up Chincotta. And this would hurt Stewart and the Cats. And Tom Stewart is forced to watch on outside of the protected zone as his man has a look from the right forward pocket.
10 yards off him and looking, ball watching.
The tagger to kick one against Stewart. He jams it through. Alex Chincotta continues to make the opposition Stars pay. The full price there. 4-1 to 2 straight. Carlton restore a 13-point break after as many minutes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The whole crew's here. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Jarman Impey.
Jarman, you could almost just repeat what you said before about with Carlton going short to a 50 and Geelong getting the goal. Geelong chose to go short that 50-50. It flips over. There are options galore at the moment going forward.
That's exactly right. He went to a short in the middle of the ground, and you need to hit them ones or else, they go the other end and they score. So that's exactly what happened. And Carlton looking fit. They're running forward. So we'll see how it goes.
High scoring early, Mick.
Well, it does nothing for me. No, it does for the AFL and a few others. But
Sam into the ruck, DeConing this time against Harry Mackay. This time he wins it. Gets a little kick away. It lands at centre half forward and Newman takes the mark ahead of Brian Myers. So Newman on the left wants to use the corridor, forcing to stand and hold his ground was Walsh. He did well because Stewart was coming. He darts around a couple and then he delivers long. And that's a lovely defensive mark, or a leaving defensive mark by Kolodjasny.
Yeah, took a gamble, Kolodjasny there. Just really, really impressive.
Goes short, just got it to Sam DeConing, who has started in the ruck tonight. If you just flicked on the radio against his big brother Tom, hand pass back to Kolodjasny, caught. Got a hand pass away, said the umpire. Carlton all over it. Kennedy at centre half forward. Short kick to Owies. Lifts a hand pass to Cripps. Inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Goes off the left. Got it to the goal square. Just needs to sit for Williams. He's under pressure. Good tackle, Dangerfield. Pack forms on the behind line. Umpire circle says holding the ball.
He hasn't even got it. He hasn't got the ball. The ball is actually behind him, but he's between his two boots.
That was a missed opportunity because they were outlingy, weren't they?
Oh, they were.
They have loose numbers everywhere. So Dangerfield in the back pocket, goes long and strong. Hawkins was there. Newman reads it better. Hawkins got caught underneath it. Newman on that left, pokes it in the Mackay direction, and Dangerfield with the spoil and lets Harry know about it. As Walsh comes in, Danger's got the chest puffed out. Just his 5th game of the season. Here's the replay of the incident. So Williams, he's got it underneath him there, and he's got no showing of trying to clear it at all, Lingy, but Mick thinks it was the wrong call.
Well, as soon as you dive on it, you are at risk of getting pinned for those ones.
Sam DeConing grabs it out of the ruck, tackled, lost it. Williams hooks a kick to the hot spot. Fogarty tracking the footy. As he tackled without it, says no. Duncan locks him up. Myers just wrestles it from Hewitt. Ugly kick across the half-back line. Fantasia onto it. Centre half forward for the Blues. Handball to Chincotta. His hand pass picked off. Duncan sits on top of the footy. Pack forms around him. Says ball up.
Well, there's the difference. It was the same, but it's a difference of an umpire who chooses to do the common sense thing.
Centre half forward for the Blues. Cripps rocking a post to Sam DeConing here. Cripps for the Blues, palms it down. Throw a blanket over 15 players here. Standing up with it, Kennedy somehow got a handball away to Cripps. Kick smothered, still alive. Full forward for the Blues. Chincotta tackled, lost it. Now a chance for Owies. He scoops a hand pass out to Hewitt. Likewise tackled like a rolling maul until he's tackled as soon as he grabs the footy. Ball up, centre half forward for the Blues. It's Carlton by 13 points after 17 minutes. Opening quarter, hot start. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
They've got it locked inside 50 here. Cripps in the ruck against DeConing, and then he tackles the player and gives away a free. Bowes rewarded. Kicks defensively to Duncan, who squares it off to Kolodjasny. They're going round in front of the Shane Warne stand. This is Henry, Jack. Short, sharp kicks. Getting involved, Dempsey.
It's real September stuff, Lingy. That tackling and the harassment. Just
drives it down the line. Trapping it on the bounce was Henry. Oh, he waited for a moment. He's gone. Ollie Henry pinged for holding the ball.
Yeah, great tackle.
By McGovern.
Just nailed him. You can't have that long.
Blues #1 pressure team in the AFL. And we're seeing that on display early so far tonight. Kick down towards Mackay. Sam DeConing thumps it away. Loose footy on the wing. Close onto it. Hand pass away to Dempsey. Handball to Zach Guthrie. Back to Dempsey for Geelong. Along the boundary line, southern side. Gives it to Close. Slick hands to Myers. That one a little hot. Myers forced to soccer it inside. Lost control of it. Carlton regather. Cripps hurried kick forward. Turnover. And Zach Guthrie takes the intercept mark at half-back. Last time they met, Nick, 118 beat 105. So high scoring early tonight as it was 8 weeks ago.
In for a shootout as the Geelong kick goes down the line. Hawkins is there to mop up. He was looking for Close, but it's been chopped off by Kennedy for the Blues. Still got it on the southern wing. He spots Owies all by himself. Has a bit of a lead, takes the mark, wheels and goes long in front of Mackay. Flew. Couldn't grab it. Arm chop against Jack Henry. It'll be a free kick for Harry Mackay outside 50.
Yeah, I don't know if it was more an arm chop than he just sort of took out his body in the air. I think it was Jack Henry panicking that he'd been out body.
Not much in that thing. That's just... Okay, he's pushed his body. He hasn't chopped his arm. He's pushed his body. If you can push it, you're allowed to push the body anywhere you like.
Given how hot the game is, I'm actually just keeping a little bulletin board of topics for quarter time. So I've got holding the ball. I've got Walsh's injury treatment. I might add that one to it. Free kick from Mackay.
Okay, here's Mackay on the approach. I don't think that's going to make the distance. It's going to fall short in the goal square. And the Cats are there with the numbers. They keep it in play just in... And Colin Jasny is prepared to wear the tackle by Owies, the professional run over the line. And it'll be a boundary throw in now.
You can rush it there, can't you, Jum? That is fine.
Yeah, take the pressure off yourself and you go through for a behind.
Jarman Impey, our newest member on ABC Sport, with us for Friday Night Footy as Sam DeConing palms it down. Sockered forward by Cripps to the top of the goal square. Curnow out to meet it, scoops it up, can't get a kick away. Threw his boot at it in the end. Knocked away to Elijah Hollins, gives it to Hewitt. Short kick, finds Akers.
That's brilliant play.
Yeah,
really.
And that's exactly why you put it through for a behind, because it gave him another opportunity inside 50. And look, now they have a shot.
So right, Hewitt's awareness, skill to be able to just get that little one across, but the ball's alive inside forward 50.
310 Ling, inside 50.
They look so threatening every single time the ball goes inside their forward arc. Carlton. So Blake Akers, left half forward, kicks from 45 metres out. The drop punt is a behind. Hits the post. 3/4 of the way up. Carlton, hot start to the punt road end. They're 4-2. Geelong are 2 straight. It's Carlton by 14 points as we tick into time on in the opening term.
Both coming off the break. One a little sleepwalking to start. The other one fresh, fast and furious as Duncan drives it long on the outer side, and a wonderful mark taken by Dempsey. Plenty of hang time in this kick. It's set here for the 2 DeConing brothers. It's knocked down. Tackled by Kennedy. And again, the umpire forced to blow his whistle. This time it'll be tossed up in the air on the southern wing. The 2 DeConings go it again. Sam for the Cats palms it down only as far as Hollins gets a hurried kick away. And can they keep it in play? No, Williams sees it over.
I have a feeling, Kel, that Geelong are conceding that they're going to lose the ruck. They're taking up a really defensive mindset as far as these stoppages go. And that's good. That's clear thinking.
Clearances are 11-5 though, Carlton's way, Nick.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
It's not working.
Blues by 14 points from the stoppage. Kennedy, short kick, finds Williams between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Owies takes the sprawling mark low down. He's got it right half forward, and Carlton will be having another look at the sticks.
The way they've gone forward, Carlton, has been excellent so far. Yeah. There hasn't been too many just long, high, hopeful kicks where the Geelong defenders can all work together and Zach Guthrie can come off, or Henry or Stewart or any of those.
They hit those targets, don't they?
Yeah, lower and quicker, and the ball's, that one then, the ball's travelling through the air quickly.
Yeah, it was a beautiful kick by Williams.
Geelong only had 3 forwards there, so they've got a lot around the stoppage. They are afraid of getting beat in there.
Owies drop pump misses near side or behind. It's just his second miss from a set shot this year, Matt Owies. Carlton by 15 points. 23 gone opening term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Duncan with the kick in again. Oh, Stewart! Tom Stewart rising up over the back of a couple of Blues players and takes a specky. in true Tom Stewart style. He gets it off to Dangerfield, who tucks the Sherrin under his arms, bursts through the centre, kicks it long inside 50. Who's there? Dempsey had it. He lost it. The handball was smothered down by Hawkins. Good pressure applied here by Stengel, but still they get the kick away. The Blues defence standing out under pressure, and that kick lands in the lap of Owies.
She's their fourth forward 50 entry for the night. Geelong. Short kick from Owies finds Ollie Hollands.
They're far more composed than what they were early in the season, Lingy. I just think they've really...
Short to Cowan. Cowan butchers it, turns it over, picked up by Dempsey. He goes short inside 50, and here's Myers, who marks at centre half forward.
He doesn't necessarily have the distance from here, though. He slices across his kick. So Carlton defenders need to stay on edge just to make sure he doesn't do the little check down kick for somebody who's free.
Little trip to Barnbougle last week for him during the bye. Brian Myers needs to bring out Driver here from right on the 50. He's got it, but he misses just a little to the left and behind. So 4-3 to 2-1. Carlton by 14 points. 24 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sard from the city end. Eyes are darting. And then he decides to go for the cautious option and just shorts it. Over to Boyd, who fakes the handball with a sidestep, gets it off to his teammate in Hewitt, goes long down the line, off the hands of Chincotta. Dancing in there, but getting involved was Williams. Now they go out to Akers. He's going to put it inside 50. It needs to be perfect and precise for Curnow. It wasn't. He had to beat a couple. Still Akers comes, mops up, off to Hollands, turns around. High ball. It's going to land in the goal square. Oh, bobbling it right at the last minute was De Koning. Again, Hollands is involved, trying to charge through here. It was Fantasia. And eventually it rolls out of play for the Cats defenders, who are a little relieved with that. It is hot footy at the moment when the Blues have got it. As I mentioned, they're fresh, they're fast, and they are furious. And the Cats' heads are spinning.
They just get so many players into their forward half when they're going in there. It's quite remarkable.
The Conings to go at it in the ruck. How they started the night. They both miss it here. Hits the deck. Hewitt passing through. Hand pass away to Elijah Hollands. Gives a handball off to Akers. Hooks a kick to full forward. Knocked down by Stewart. Keeps it in front of him as he paddles out in front once, twice, three times. Now it's centre half back for the Cats. Picked off though. Cowan hand pass to Walsh. Puts the Blues inside 50. Curnow's getting the free. Draped all over him, Mitch Duncan. Got the mismatch, Curnow, and he wins a free right half forward for the Blues.
And that's just because of relentless pressure in that Carlton forward line. So 10 tackles inside their forward 50. Carlton 0 down the other end for Geelong. But also even the ground ball pressure of hunting after it, hunting, creating opportunities. Then they finally win it back, and a beautiful kick by Walsh to the leading forward. And Mitch Duncan knew he was undersized, knew he was beaten, and just had to give away the free kick.
Already kicked one tonight. It's his 61st game in a row where he's kicked at least one goal. Back on top of the Coleman medal tally. And Curnow now has 2 for the night. Blues in charge. Carlton 4-3, 5-3-33. Geelong 2-1-13. A 20-point lead for the Blue Baggers deep into time on opening term. Cameron Ling, Jarman Impey and Mick Mulhouse.
We were talking pre-game about the Hall of Fame. I ran into Peter McKenna, who would be one of the greatest kicks I've ever seen. I'll tell you what, just watching Charlie Curnow tonight and watching his career, he kicks the ball with such authority for a start off, such penetration. He is 55 to 60 metres if he wants to go. But he's also got that accuracy, and it's not a rushed accuracy. So I was thinking, I saw his first one. The second one just seen, I think, look, he's slightly off centre there. It's going to be, it's across his body. What's he going to do with it? No, just murdered it straight over the umpire's hat.
And he's an elite field kick as well, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. If he takes the thing on the wing here, that's where Mackay ends up thinking, I'm a chance here because you'll knock me over.
Ball's going to be tossed in the air. 666 warning for the Cats, and it's the Cats ruckman, De Koning, that palms it down. Dangerfield involved. Atkins over the top to Tui. Tui now tackled. Umpire says it's coming back. He was taken high, Atkins, as he got that handball away. Centres the kick to Dangerfield. Oh, it was a little off. The two captains, Cripp and Dangerfield, go for it. Sam de Koning comes in, gets it to Dangerfield, who bombs it long inside 50. Here's a chance for Stengel. He had it. He was tackled by McGovern. Still they go. Cameron. Incorrect disposal. No. Umpire says the Blues clear it away. But only as far as Clark, who sends it back inside 50. They can't find a target, the Cats. And the Blues will repel again.
Akers to Walsh. Hand pass away to Tom de Koning. Centre half back. Handball to Cripp. Spun around. Got it to Elijah Hollins. His hand pass picked off. Cats win it back. Bowes. Hand pass away to Close. Gives it to Atkins. Kicks inside 50. And Ollie Henry takes the mark. Cops a bit of a shove after doing so. But he'll have a look here from left half forward. They're beyond him now to the mark. 49 metres out. Henry arcs out to his right. In the end, he's just going to lay it up right to the goal square. Reaching for it. Cameron mark not paid. Falls to Saab. Cameron tackles him. Ball up in the goal square for the Cats at the pump at the City end of the ground.
Oh, yeah, fair. He almost had it just long enough, but the fist was there. A bit late, actually, when you look at the game.
Great effort by Hollins, though, to make any sort of spoil there.
Closing in on quarter time in the goal square, the ball up, but Cripps is able to bang it long and get it out of the defensive 50. Trying to keep it in play. Blues do well here. A couple of underground handballs, very fancy work, combining the two talented players in Walsh and Wiedering, but now they've turned it over. Atkins charges and kicks up towards Blitzarves in that left forward pocket. De Koning for the Blues. The clearing handball finally comes the way of Cowan, who just blasts away. It'll land right in the centre of the ground. Swooping on it for the Blues was Williams. Gives it off to the run of Akers. Akers can pump it inside 50. The two superstars are back there, but the kick was not on target.
And it'll come back.
Jack Henry.
You know why?
Jack Henry takes the mark. Why is there a 50?
He took one step.
Yeah.
He took one half step. Not last week when two players jumped on it and went 2 metres. No, one half step. Bloody ridiculous.
One of three sets of siblings out there. Jack Henry goes short to Dangerfield, who takes the mark. Nick Moldhouse in fine form, fresh off his All-Australian, a Hall of Fame appearance the other night, the Australian Football Hall of Fame. Long kick inside the forward 50. There's a free kick coming here. It's going the Cats' way. Front on contact on Clark. And Jai Clark will get it right half forward for the Cats. Live in Marupna off the SMS 0437 774 774. Asked about how many siblings were out there. So we've got the Hollins pair both playing for Carlton, Elijah and Ollie. We've got Jack and Ollie Henry playing for the Cats. And then we've got the de Konings, Tom playing for the Blues and Sam playing for the Cats. And then if you chuck in Colin Jasny, Guthrie, Curnow, McGovern, Mackay, they all have footballing siblings who aren't playing tonight, but one half of them are there.
Corbin, we're trying to keep it simple. You've totally confused me now.
3 full sets out there, and then 5 others that have footballing siblings that aren't playing. Here's Jai Clark. He moves in. His drop punt starts out at the left-hand goal post. It doesn't fade. It's whacked through by Tom de Koning, so that'll be a minor score. 20 points was the lead for the Blues, now 19 on the back of that behind. Last couple of ticks on the clock before quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Clearances continue to be the major issue that will be spoken about at quarter time for the Cats. The Blues dominating 14-6 in that area.
McGovern to Boyd in the back pocket. Just goes along towards Mackay and de Koning. Harry Mackay and Sam de Koning, and it's off their hands. So a boundary throw in half forward here for Geelong. Siren will sound as the de Koning brothers prepare to wrestle again. The honours in the first term went to the older brother Tom, who kicked the first goal of the night. Oh, and now there's push and shove and they're on. The brothers, they look like identical twins out there, both with the headband, both with the long blonde locks, and now they're still going. They're pushing, they're shoving, and now a bit of a laugh as Blitzarves comes over and has a bit of a laugh with the Cats ruckman in Tom. Quarter time, it's Carlton by 19 points. They kicked the first 3 of the night. They were in for the quick kill. 5-3-33. Geelong being able to steady with a couple 2-2-14.
Tom in St Albans off the St Albans rather off the SMS. Love footy, but constantly changing the rules is a joke. Look at soccer. One rule change in the past 100 years. It's actually improved the game. So thanks for that, Tom. Mick is right. There's no arm chop in that. I wish the umpire had better sense. So that's just a little sample of what's coming through off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
I was just watching Charlie Curnow. He came over to the doctors. He's complaining of something, so the doc's right in front of me now getting something. So I'll keep you posted on that. But Charlie Curnow not 100% out there right now.
Thanks, Hodgie. We've got a bit to get to here at quarter time. Carlton by 19 points. The thoughts of Lingy, Mick and Jarman Impey coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Coffee for Tony Armstrong. Extra hot almond latte, light on the froth.
Yep, thanks, mate. Okay, so I like my coffee my way, just how I like my news. If you want to stay in the know your way, it's pretty easy. With the ABC News app or by heading straight to the ABC News website. Or if having emails in your inbox is the go, hit us up for newsletters. It's news your way. All the latest, all verified, all the time. That's a good coffee. Stay in the know with ABC News.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Here they go again. Tom taking it out of the ruck, and he's kicked a goal. Take that, brother.
Dangerfield marks it half back and the skipper plays on. Didn't quite hit that drop punt. Kicks it down the wing. Ball through the legs goes Wettering almost somehow like a basketball manoeuvre through the legs. Got it to Cripps to Walsh. Hurried kick inside 50 from the Blues. Hits the deck. Oh, he's onto it front and centre. Carlton at the first three.
Free kick in the centre. Goes the way of Clark. Gives it off to the run of Guthrie, who goes long to the pack. It clears the pack. Here's a chance for Tui. He's got to get the right bounce, and he does.
Elijah Hollands kicks across the ground to Kennedy. He marks, sends Carlton down the right half forward. Mark the Fantasia looks into the pocket, hits up Jim Cotter. And this would hurt Stewart and the Cats. The tagger to kick one against Stewart. He jams it through. Cowan hand pass to Walsh, puts the Blues inside 50. Curnow's getting the free. Draped all over him, Mitch Duncan. It's his 61st game in a row where he's kicked at least one goal. Back on top of the Coleman medal tally. And Curnow now has two for the night.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Carlton's quarter that opening term. They lead at 5-3-33. Geelong 2-2-14. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our ABC Sport analysts Cameron Ling, Jarman Impey and Mick Malthouse.
Well, great quarter of footy by Carlton, and I think, Mick, you mentioned the fact that how much more composed Carlton look, and that's been their development probably over the last 5 or 6 weeks, adding that to their game. But Jarman, you also referred to the fact that they hunted and their pressure was excellent. To highlight that, I think I mentioned during the quarter they'd had 10 tackles inside their forward 50, Carlton. Well, also adding on to that, disposals, so possessions inside a team's forward 50. So their forwards winning the ball inside their forward 50. Carlton had 35 disposals inside their forward 50. Geelong, only 6.
Wow.
So they only had 6 possessions inside their attacking 50, the Cats. So Carlton defenders able to rebound really quickly, get the ball out of there, whereas Geelong defenders couldn't rebound. They were always under the pump, and Carlton were hunting after the ball really well.
Did you say how many tackles were in that?
10. Carlton. So 10 tackles plus 35 disposals inside their forward 50.
Yeah, well 10 creates that 35. Yep. And also, if you win, like I think the clearances were 13 to 14 to 6, you're going to get that ball somewhere close to that. And I'll say this too, if you keep 6 forwards and Geelong haven't got the golden jacket, so they can look. You know, most clubs like that little golden jacket. Out it goes to the spare player and off he goes. No, you take that away. All of a sudden, that player's got to create the play. And with the new, I think the new interpretation. I won't say new rules because I'll get upset with you. The new interpretation, players are so reluctant now to hang on the football and try to break a tackle that they are now disposing the football whether by a hand or by foot. Now, if you, Lingy, as you know, if you set up outside 50 correctly, that thing's going to keep coming back and you're just going to keep getting it until you set up a goal. It's remarkable when you consider 99 possessions to 68. That's 30 possessions. That's across the ground. I know you said about 30, but that's across the ground. I don't reckon when you've got a Curnow and Mackay and you've got Akers and you've got all these players that can kick goals, or Owies can kick goals, you're not going to win games unless you can reverse that. And this is where Geelong now have to reverse that probably starting at the stoppages and then holding the ball in their forward line, because that otherwise it's inevitable what's going to happen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more there. I think Carlton, just their pressure just coming at them and at them and at them, and they're reluctant for Geelong to get rid of the ball really quickly, where I think Carlton have been very composed and very slick with their hand passing and their speed of foot with their movement, that, yeah, just creating scores.
Jarman Impey with us on ABC Sport alongside Mick and Lingy. The big talking point happened in the opening passage of play. Patrick Dangerfield laying the tackle on Sam Walsh. His head bounced off the deck. He didn't have an arm free, so both arms were pinned. Walsh's head come off the turf. The doctor went out to visit with him. As Hodgie mentioned, they'd looked at the tape for about 6-7 minutes. He assured them on the field he was okay, didn't come off the ground. So are we comfortable with that? Do you have the concussion test on field?
It's a bad look. Got to come off and at least have a look at him.
A lot to follow on that front. Walsh still out there. He gets the first touch of the second term. Hand pass away towards Kennedy. Blues going forward. Handball away to Jim Cotter. Kicks to full forward. Turns it over. And Duncan takes the intercept mark at fullback for the Cats. Wants to counter-attack straight away. Hits up Holmes, who marks at right half-back and plays on immediately. Kicks down the southern wing for the Cats. Headed towards the punt road end in this term, and Wiedering knocks it away from Hawkins and out of bounds. 60 out from the Geelong goal. What do you reckon, Lingy?
I would love to see them come from the ground and just have that, if it's even a part of their rotation, a 4-minute, 5-minute chat, view the vision, have a really good understanding. I'd just like to see them removed from the field for a period.
Half forward here for the Cats. Blitzarves wins it in the ruck. On the deck, it's Dangerfield handballing into space. Newman with a nice little hip and shoulder on Blitzarves. And as a result, Paul dribbles over.
Just to add on what Lingy just said, that's what we've got the extra players on the bench for.
Yeah.
It's spot on, Lingy. Absolutely spot on.
You want to take concussion seriously? Someone looks like they've had a big head knock into the turf, bring them off and have a look at them. Flick back in, right on 50 here for the Cats. Holmes with a hurried kick round the corner to Dempsey, who plays on, snaps on his right, and the snap is online. A much-needed goal for the Blondie with the headband on and the hot pink boots. And they draw within 13 points. Carlton 5-3-33, Geelong 3-2-20.
I think he thought it was going to be called play on then and just chose to keep going with it. Maybe he thought it was touched off the boot. Doesn't matter. He kicked the goal. A little bit of luck there. Just a quick kick inside forward 50. Carlton have been pretty good at mopping those ones up in the first quarter. Jacob Wiedering's been superb at doing that, but on this occasion just fell to Dempsey and finished well.
Jarman, have you had a visit from the doc on field, and can you do a legitimate concussion test on the ground?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of weeks ago, actually, the doc came out. He's like, oh, you're right, that was a big hit. And I was actually okay. But, yeah, they're pretty quick to see it. And we've got a great relationship. So sort of just gave him the thumbs up. It was all good.
Jarman Impey with us on ABC Sport. Carlton by 13 points. Dempsey and Geelong with the first goal of the second term. Kennedy in the middle. Hand pass away to Walsh. Little fumble. Comes back to Kennedy.
Had to be high contact.
He's met front on by Dangerfield.
It's got to be called back.
It wasn't. Advantage applied, so Blues had it, lost it.
That's a big mistake from the umpire. So that was an out-of-area umpire who spotted the high contact, blew the whistle. Now, no player knew that it was a free kick, and then advantage was called. Out of area, it can't be advantage. It should come back to Carlton.
Now we got a ball up on the wing as Atkins was tackled, and now we got a secondary ball up as Atkins is tackled again for a second time. Still on the members' wing. Carlton by 13 early in the second.
The brothers go at it. Sam wins it for the Cats. Ball will be won. Dangerfield wants it more than anyone and then just throws it on the boot up near his good mate Hawkins. Winning the good bounce was Henry. Ollie Henry handballs into space to Stengel. Stengel swoops from 40 metres out. It's offline to the right to the punt road end. So back to, it's 13 points. 5-3-33. Geelong 3-3-21 and back to 12 points.
The Blues trying to work it down the boundary line. Short kick from Cowan, broken up. Kemp broken up. Knocked out of play by Tui, and we'll have a boundary throw in half forward for the Cats.
Well done by Tui. Really well done. Didn't face the player, just watched the ball and stopped a certain mark for Carlton.
If you just flicked on the radio, it's Carlton by 12 points. DeConing v DeConing for much of the night in the ruck. It's Blitzarf's going in against Tom DeConing here. So Tom palms it down to Walsh. He gets the clearance for the Blues. Kicks down the wing. Here's Sam DeConing onto it for Geelong. Handball away to Guthrie. Off the back flank. Short kick. Missed. Atkins put it over his head in front of the interchange gates. Tui keeps it alive for the Cats. Handball away to Atkins. Feeds a hand pass to Dangerfield. High half forward. 70 metres out. Just lays it up with a hot spot. 30 from goal. Dempsey sets himself no mark. Spills out to Cameron. And then just dribbles one through. Cameron hits the scoreboard, and the Cats have kicked 2 on the bounce to start the second.
Very smart by Cameron. He didn't fly. He understood that it was a pack, and he stayed on the ground, and very clever to put that through on his right boot.
4-3-27 Geelong. Carlton 5-3-33. All of a sudden there's just one kick in it. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 5 played, second term.
Well, it's interesting, Ringy, the first quarter, 43-30 contested football. We know what sort of football that Carlton like to play. Geelong have out-muscled them this quarter so far. It's only a couple of times, but there was a hint of a Carlton player in my mind who had opportunity to run through the ball. Now, maybe all these rules have changed around, but he backed off, and the Geelong player was able to clear the ball from that half-back line. That should have been a 50-50 ball all the way.
Blues led by as much as 20. The margin is just 6 now. They've kicked the first 2, the Cats, but the centre clearance will go the way of the Blues. Hewitt stabs that pass right on 50. Mackay takes the mark. He's got Jack Henry standing the mark. Just pulls the kick at the last minute, pops it up to the top of the goal square, and Stewart takes the big contested mark. There's a bunch of superstars in that pack, Lingy. Tom Stewart took the mark.
It was. I thought Charlie Curnow had been taken out of that pack, though, by Jake Kolodjasny. The umpire didn't see it.
So he kicks out of the defensive 50. Hollands has got it now for the Blues. Goes backwards to Hewitt, who goes backwards to Wiedering. A lovely sidestep, and then times that kick to perfection. He can hit up his teammate and come back inboard as the Blues get set for another forward foray.
Elijah Hollands kicks to the hot spot. Oh, backing back in the pack was Blitzarf's got hands to it, no mark. Falls down Geelong's way. Picked up by Mullen. Kicks off the back flank. His kick didn't quite reach his intended target, Dempsey. Blues win it back. Here's Cowan. Runs, draws the defender. Hand pass to Akers. Kicks inside 50, and here's Fantasia. Takes the mark. Left half forward for the Blues.
Well, he's the player that really should have hit the ball harder earlier on. He's found some good space. He really has to convert this because I'm not 100% sure about his pressure game. We haven't seen a lot from Williams either, mind you, both smaller forwards, but these are their bread and butter. Must finish.
His accuracy so far in the year, Mauricio Fantasia, 2 goals, 6. Man loves a goal. Former Bomber, former Port Adelaide footballer, now at home in navy blue. He's across the face again. Another behind. So the kicking boots on early in the, I was about to say new season. We're halfway through now. 7 minutes into the second term. Carlton by 7.
Stewart's got the kicking duties right in front of the Ponsford stand.
He's loaded up right in front of us, but they're going to take it to the open side where there's lower numbers.
And he goes that way looking for Cameron, sets himself in front. Great spoil from McGovern from behind. Cripps picks it up and then goes the hospital handball to McGovern, who was tackled either side by 2 Cats. Cameron one side and the other side was Holmes.
They tried to set that up so Jeremy Cameron could compete against low numbers and take that mark, but Cripps was one of them, and obviously not a big midfielder can match up with a key forward.
Blitzarf's down to Clark. Clark was tackled. Blues fans wanted holding the ball. Umpire said no. It'll be a ball up.
Well, that's a good decision. I don't mind that. He's only taken the one step, and it's been taken out of his hands.
DeConing beats Blitzarf's to it, fires out the handball to Kennedy, to Akers. Now they're going backwards to Newman. Throws it on his left boot. It'll go right down the line, land inside 50 in Mackay territory. Couldn't take it in the air. That's a lovely sidestep by Guthrie. And then he blazes away on the southern wing.
Pack of players out there. Newman, first hands to the footy. Handball to Saab. Carlton back with it. Gives it to Tom DeConing. Kicks inside 50. Mackay hunts out after it. Takes the mark. 40 metres out just left of centre.
Yeah, it was a perfect kick because Geelong had a ring of defenders plus Sam DeConing back there. And the kick just had enough penetration on it. Got through to Harry. And he came at the footy That's what you love to teach young forwards, is once that ball's in the air and you read where it's going to drop, come at the ball, take it at its highest point. Exactly what Harry did.
Mark number 7, inside 50 for the Blues. Mackay starts their scoring in this second term. Settles it down for the Blue Baggers. Back to a 13-point lead. Carlton 6-4-40. Geelong 4-3-27. 9 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Let's get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary because while Harry's booting goals, his partner in crime, Tim's getting a bit of work right in front of you.
Yeah, Kelly, I've been watching it. From quarter time, you remember he went to the doctor and he was clearly uncomfortable. He came to the bench. He was offered a drink. He said, no, I've just got to go to the physio. And he's had work on his right leg. It's sort of his quad into his right knee. He's completely uncomfortable. So, yeah, he's going to be a watch for the rest of this game. He's actually yelling out to Vozzy right in front of me now, wants to know when he wants him back on the ground. He will return, but he's nowhere near 100% right now, Charlie Curnow.
He might have a corky there, Timmy. Clash of legs.
He's kicked 2 tonight already. Look at Holmes, the speedster, breaking out of the centre. Took a bounce, tried to take them on. Handball put Tui under the pump. He has to wheel and then split that handball beautifully. A little give and go with Blitzarves, and then the delivery straight down the throat of Wiedering, the full-back for the Blues. Play on. Hawkins corralling. Hawkins takes on Wiedering. He handballs to the standing Sard, and then it comes back to Kemp. High ball. They might have forced the turnover here. Blitzarves down to Tui. Tui forced a handball. Pressure. Absolutely huge here at the moment. Clark brought down. Still they go. He picks it up for the Blues. Gets it out to half-back. There's a huge collision. Newman put his body on the line. Harry was in there and was taken high. Mackay's gone down. Blues emerge with the footy. They've coughed it up straight to the Cats. And the Cats kick from Guthrie's come back to Tui.
Tui between wing and half forward. Mackay looks a little sore. He's coming off. Long kick into the forward pocket. Kemp knocks it out of bounds. Forward 50 for Geelong. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, it's one injured. Yeah, Harry Mackay, the doctor's going straight to him, but Charlie Curnow is returning to the field with that right leg injury. Yeah,
we just saw the replay of the Newman-Mackay collision. Big 3 players all attacking the ball, and the 2 Carlton players ran into each other. Ouch.
Bit of friendly fire on the wing for the Blues. Taken out of the ruck. Tom De Koning kicks Carlton up to halfway. Open footy on the wing. Stewart first one there. Chincola right there with him. Lays the tackle. Hand pass out of bounds and a throw in front of the benches and in front of Tim Hodges.
So Mackay's come to the bench. I think it was more Nick Newman. He had a real case of jelly legs when he got up afterwards. So both doctors now studying the vision. It's right in front of me, so I'll keep you posted.
Flick back in. Blitzer straight down the throat of Walsh for the opposition. He kicks towards the arc, towards the 50 where Curnow's got it. 2 Cats missed it. Charlie bounces it through from 50 for his third. He should come off with a sore knee more often. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, you're spot on, Kelly. That was brilliant stuff. Just his one touch, summed it up, didn't try to get back on his right foot, didn't try to get in straight, just put the ball where it should be, popped it home.
So about 2 minutes ago, their 2 spearheads were under injury concern. But Charlie's come back on and kicked his third, and now Harry Mackay is back on and he's going to go into the ruck. It is Carlton 7-4-46. They edge away again. Geelong 4-3-27 after 12 minutes in this second term.
It's the Sam Walsh clearance too. Yeah, he's been huge tonight.
Another first touch play too, Lee. But not only first touch, he gets hit and he's still able to take that ball out.
I don't know, Lingy, but I'm guessing he grew up a Geelong fan, Sam Walsh.
I'm not 100% sure.
Certainly went to school down that way.
Yes, he did. Joey's boy.
Jack Bowes out of the middle for the Cats, kicks inside 50, and Wiedering stands in front of Hawkins, takes the intercept mark.
I think there's about 6 or 7 St Joey's boys out there tonight, and Walsh is one of those.
Wiedering off the back flank, kicks out to Kennedy, spills the mark, regathers though for the Blues, hand pass to Ollie Hollins. He kicks down the wing for Carlton. Holmes has got to go, drops in front of Mackay, takes the intercept mark. Nice work for Max Holmes, from Max Holmes. He kicks down the wing himself. Looking to try and link up with Duncan. Didn't get to him. Now Carlton with the numbers. Elijah Hollands. Hurried ball into the corridor. It opens up for Carlton. Newman. Long kick out in front of Curnow. Collects on the hop. Hand pass over his shoulder. Trying to link up with Fantasia. Jack Henry just attacks the footy. Knocks it out towards Tui. Cats gather off the back flank. Hand pass over to Clark. One way then the other. Trying to wrong foot Walsh. Runs into trouble. Turns it over. Newman 70 out at half forward. Kicks across the half forward line. Cripps collects. Handball to Elijah Hollands. Knocked out. Cats back the other way. As Duncan gives it to Blitzarps. Kicks down the wing.
Kicks to a one-on-one. Wiedering with the spoil from behind. Ball up for grabs. Duncan pounces to Cameron. And now to Clark. Sends it inside the corridor. He was looking in. He couldn't find a target. It's chopped off by Williams. Williams moves it quickly to Owies. This is what they're so good at doing. On the turnover. Fantasia turns Atkins inside out. And then the driving kick. Looking for Akers. Charging out from the top of the goal square. A little bit of hang time. And if Charlie or Harry aren't going to get you, Blake Akers is a pretty good player, and he's going to have a set shot directly in front for his first goal of the night.
Well, they're just winning all the loose football, and more importantly, once they get that loose football, they're finding players who are wide and out, and then they just pick off their targets. If he didn't mark that was going to be a Curnow mark.
So Akers to the city in directly in front for their biggest lead of the night. No angle, no problem. Akers has his first, and they lead it by 25 points. 8-4-52, Geelong 4-3-27.
They're using the ball really well at the moment, Carlton. They're creating that pressure. It's chaotic. You compare it to Geelong had won the ball back here. A couple of poor skill errors. Carlton, on the other hand, when they are getting it on turnover and getting it out, it is quite clinical at the moment, the way they're splitting Geelong apart, just using it superbly.
And the Cats just seem to be under that bit more pressure to be able to find the target. And Hawkins, who could probably beat 10 of the best fullbacks in the competition at the moment, find Wiedering is just all over him. So the targets are starting to dry up in front of the front half too, Lingy.
He can't move Wiedering like he can move some of the others. Wiedering is so strong through that core and lower body.
Tom De Koning's off the ground, so Harry Mackay rucking against Sam De Koning, who's Geelong's first ruck tonight. Sam De Koning wins the hit out and the first possession. Handball to Clark, kicks down to half forward. No mark there for Cowan, and then he becomes tackler on Dangerfield. Locks up the big ball, the teenager. Does well to make the tackle stick. Ball up between wing and half forward for Geelong. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Jarman Impey in the second row for us tonight. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood calling the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. There's a free kick out of all that. It's going Carlton's way. Cripps takes the advantage. Kicks deep, wants Williams in a one-on-one. He's now outnumbered as Kolajasny comes back, lends a hand. Kicks to the back pocket for Guthrie. With marks underneath the scoreboard at the Ponsford stand end. Carlton by a game high 25 points. 17 gone, second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Guthrie with the long bomb. Target is De Koning. Sam sat in front. Got it down to Dempsey. And then marking is Dangerfield in front of Wiedering. Right on true centre wing. Short pass to Hawkins, who was by himself because his opponent Wiedering went after the ball. Hawkins' kick put Myers under the pump. Stengel comes in right up against the line. Can he keep it in? No, he can't. Stengel hasn't seen too much of it. A lot of news during the week, Lingy, surrounding Tyson Stengel.
Yes, a lot of chat about his next contract. I like what Chris Scott said. And he's put the work in. He deserves to get paid, and wherever that might be, so be it.
Sounded a bit like though he was saying, look, there's a contract on the table. This is what it is.
Yep.
If you want more, you might have to find it somewhere else. Fascinating to see what happens there from the All-Australian a couple of years ago, and he's in great touch already this year, Stengel. The boundary throw-in eventually comes to Walsh. A couple of cries are holding the ball up. Says, I'll have it now. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the Cats. Dangerfield just woofing at his teammates, barking a few instructions, trying to get them going. Carlton by 25. Cripps rocking here around the ground. Gets boot the ball, kicks out wide, wanting to leak up with Kennedy. Kennedy keeps it in just. Southern boundary line. Now at halfback for the Blues. High up and under, down that wing in front of the Shane Warne stand. Leaping up Hewitt, no mark, falls to Duncan. Handball to Dempsey, who's met immediately. Ball comes out to Walsh. He's had his hands on it all night, and he's tackled on the wing. Good hard footy both ways. A ball up just inside the boundary line, southern side. 18 gone, second term. Carlton by 25.
Well, that's the best bump we've seen for all year.
Isn't it? From Nick Newman, and he was involved in that collision earlier. Friendly fire with Harry. He's a tough player. As Geelong go forward. Or here's a chance for the Blues, rather. Owies has got it to Fogarty. Back to Owies. He's going to run into an open goal. In the blink of an eye, they have gone from the half-back to charging forward. And Owies has celebrated like he's kicked a goal in a grand final.
Gee, they're sharp out of stoppage, aren't they? They come through the corridor and they just absolutely rip forward, and then they score every time. So the last couple of times they come through that corridor, they're looking very, very potent.
They just surge, don't they, mate? They surge forward. It's Carlton now by 31, 9-4-58, Geelong 4-3-27.
Jarman, if you had to, I've always thought in the last 12 months or so that Geelong are a slow side outside of a couple of blokes that are quick. Do you see that at Hawthorn? Do you see them as a slow side or not?
I think I see them as a more straight down the line team. They stick to sort of one side. They don't switch too often and try to, start up the play from there. Like the home ground in Geelong there, it's very skinny ground, so I think they're just up and down the line.
31 points the margin now. We'll get to Hodgie in a moment. It's all the Blues in this second term. Back in the middle. Clark first touch. His hand pass under pressure. Straight to Walsh. He's locked up by Dangerfield. Trying to lift his team. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, Tom de Koning is back on the ground. He had a slice on his thigh. It's been strapped up. So that entire right leg has strapping right from the boot all the way up to his shorts, and that's just strapping to patch up the bleeding at the top of his thigh that forced him off the ground. And Mackay had to go back on, even though he was probably supposed to be having a HIA.
Was it a bad gash from what you saw?
Yeah, it was a decent gash, yeah. So, I mean, that's all the strapping at the top above his knee is now because of that.
Still nowhere fast out of the middle. Cowan whacks it forward, but straight to Clark. Hurried kick out of the southern wing. Boyd leading in the chase for the footy. Paddles it out in front of him and fumbles it out of play with Cameron for company.
Just to back up your point, Mick, about Geelong across the ground. So at the moment, their midfielders are Dangerfield, Jai Clark and Mark Blitzards. Really good in, hard, at the ball. Hunt.
Nice
and they want to do it. But when the ball's getting to the outside, Carlton are just gone from the congestion, and Geelong are being left behind at that congestion.
And they're getting caught in the huddle as well.
Yeah.
Their strength might be okay, but against the Carlton who are determined to tackle them, like we can have 4 or 5 of these in a row, it doesn't move.
Southern wing, ball up. Cowan for the Blues has kicked that out of bounds on the full into the second row. Mark taken by the man down there wearing the Neil Danaher blue beanie, big freeze beanie. So it's a free kick for Mitch Duncan for the Hoops. What can they do? They got it. They kicked the first 2 of this quarter, got back within 12 points. The Blues replied with the next 3. Going down the line is Duncan, and the huge spoil is fisted over.
So that ball there is always going to be either punch back, mark, intercept mark. They've got to shift the ball, Geelong, and by shifting the ball, I don't mean necessarily across the ground, but perhaps even someone running from behind and creating another 10-yard further on, and it goes over the head of that pack.
Because they've only generated 6 inside 50s. Even though they kicked a goal or 2, they've only generated the 6, which they need to get more.
Boundary throwing half forward for the Cats. It's going back out of play as Blitzards is tackled and the ball jumped free in the tackle from Hewitt. 31 points Carlton's lead, 22 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Blues have kicked the last 4 after Geelong drew within a goal earlier in the quarter. And the Blues' best players, big numbers already. Cripps 17, Walsh 15, the amount of disposals so far. First possession here, though, for the Cats as Myers got it away towards Atkins. Kick comes inside the forward arc from Clark. Forward pocket, Stengel trying to keep it alive. Hooks it back inboard. Got to Ollie Henry, touched on the way through. Hurried kick the goal line. Gee, Stengel almost knocked it through again in the end. Ollie Hollins has to rush her behind. So 1 back for Geelong. It's Carlton by 5 goals, 23 gone second term.
This ball hasn't really been in that back half enough to see what Carlton can do. Because when it has gone, Geelong has generally scored.
I thought the same about Boyd before and those small defenders for the Blues.
A big hoof for Saad, who's kicked it straight to Kolodjasny. So a chance for the Cats to reload and go again. Kolodjasny's flicked it wide. It was a kick to Clark.
Even here, they're locked in. They've got to find a way.
2 kicks out. He's just going to bang it long and ask the big ones to fly, and they can't in that pack. in Cameron, who was caught underneath it, and also Hollands. Apologies.
You're relying on Jeremy Cameron taking a miracle mark there.
Yeah.
Because floating and taking one of his spectacular grabs. It's not high percentage play. Rather than just trying to take the ball off the line a little bit, find a little hole inside that forward 50.
Toss back in. Saad gets it. And that's a real floater that just lands in, and it's a mark. It's a mark taken to Mark O'Connor.
Yeah, it's a good mark. Really good mark. This is where they shift the ball to the middle of the ground.
So here's O'Connor. He's going to bob it up again and ask the big boys to fly. No one could take it. De Koning tackling Williams to the turf.
Kel, I'm just going to jump in here. If you look down through the corridor, Geelong had 3 players clear in the corridor. That's all they needed to do.
From the restart comes the way of Hewitt. His kick smothered, close to the boundary line. Myers, handball back to Hewitt. His hand pass picked off by Dangerfield. Or lost it out of bounds. No, umpire says keep going. Now it's out. The Stengel shoved out of play, so throw in forward pocket for the Cats. It is Carlton by 30 points. Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly, Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Jarman MP, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse. The call team for Friday night footy. Cats yet to have their noses in front tonight, and in fact they're down by 30. Widest has been as 31 moments ago from the restart. Carlton are going to clear the defensive arc again. Saad hands it to Hewitt. Kicks up with the wing. Mackay back with the flight. Jack Henry coming front on. Can't complete it. Hits the deck. Mullen. Hand pass out towards Sam De Koning. Stripped by Fogarty. His hand pass a turnover. Atkins for Geelong. Back to Mullen. Tackled. Lost it. Here's Duncan. Middle of the G. Handball for Geelong. Hot footy. Got it to blitz halves to Cameron. The 1-2 with close. Cameron still moving through the corridor. Kicks inside 50. Ollie Henry takes the mark, and then Addy's collar just tugged on the way through by Boyd. But Ollie Henry will have a look from 20 out, right half forward.
Well, very nearly Carlton got the turnover through the middle of the ground. Their swarming pressure, which has been outstanding tonight, almost created that turnover. Geelong just able to hold some composure. And it was Jeremy Cameron who got the ball going forward. This is a huge, important kick for the Cats.
To finish off the setup from Cameron, Ollie Henry can't knock it through. He misses out to the left. Gee, it's a big miss in the context of the game. Carlton by 29. And despite the Cameron brilliance, just a behind. 26 gone second term, Blues by 29.
Boyd goes short to Saad, back to Boyd. Still deep defensively. Spears the pass all right down low. It was a little fumble because it was difficult for the Blues defenders. But they get themselves out of a pickle through Hollands. Comes through the centre of the ground. De Koning's now got it for the Blues. Draws the defender. Handballs then out wide to McGovern. And his kick inside 50 is pinpoint. Exquisite delivery to Mackay. And Mackay's on a sharpish angle, although he's on the right side for a left footer.
I'll rewind all the way back to half-back. The ground ball, the 50-50 ground ball that Carlton took, 4 Geelong players ran to the 1 Carlton player over the footy. The moment he got that effective handball over the top, it was just wide open for the Blues. And clinically, get it down to Harry for a shot.
He's going the traditional route. And it works for him. He splits the middle, Harry. So Mackay gets his second. Curno's kick 3, and they're back out to a 35-point lead. 10-4-64, Geelong 4-5-29. They're really starting to open up a handy lead now with just under 4 minutes to play before quarter time. Let's get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, Kelly, this is interesting. You were critical at quarter time of the Sam Walsh non-HIA. As Harry Mackay kicks that goal, who was involved in the incident, would have been about 15 minutes ago with Nick Newman. Newman has only just come to the bench, and the doctor is with him now. You can see downstairs. It looks like he's having that HIA, which it seems crazy they would have waited. It's been the best part. I mean, you guys, what was it? It would have been 15 minutes ago they had that collision. So, just an odd way the Blues are working right now.
Timmy, you know, the way that Lingy said, take them off the ground.
But no, don't wait 15 minutes to take him off the ground.
That's exactly right. Should come straight off.
Hewitt in the middle, hand pass to Chin Cotter, gets the centre break, looks for Curnow, knocked away by Guthrie. Geelong back line under siege again. O'Connor coming up for his first touch. He's tackled. He'll have a ball up. In fact, he's had one now, so he's got to kick Mark O'Connor, but that's it. One for him, one for Hawkins, one for Close.
One for Close as well.
Sorry, one of the second quarter numbers. One touch for O'Connor tonight. He didn't have one in the opening term. Two for Hawkins. Close, a bit busier in the opening term.
So Tom DeConing beautifully following up there out of the ruck. Gets his shot at goal. Goes through for a point, but Tom DeConing's follow-up from his ruck work has been brilliant again tonight.
Cats in the back pocket. Duncan knocks the kick out. Tried to give it to Holmes. It's broken up. Duncan knocks it out of play. Umpire says it's all right. Boundary throw in half forward for the Blues. Gee, they're all over them, Carlton. A new game high. It is the Blues by 36 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And a boundary throw in half forward for the Blues 3 minutes before half-time.
Both these sides coming off the bye. Chris Scott got up his sleeve for half-time as Blitzarves down to Atkins. It's stolen away from him. A little toe poke from Brian Myers. Still a ball to be won on the outside. Picking it up was Cripps. Gives it straight to his teammate who drives it long in Boyd it was. Still there's a fight and a scrap on the outer side. Stewart went without it but put his body on the line. Atkins, quick hands, Close. Out to Stengel. Goes to ground. Is it a free kick for a hold? It is. Mackay caught holding Stengel off the ball. Bowes, rather.
They need to change the angle here.
So Bowes has got it for the hoops.
Or even give a little handball running, Jarman. You're right. Just something different to put that Carlton defence under pressure. Instead, they take an uncontested mark.
Kent flies uncontested. Got it at half-back now for Carlton. How do you see it, Jarman? What have you made of it in this second term?
Yeah, like I said, I just think Geelong need to change the angles here because when Carlton intercept that play, they can go open side because they own the outside of the oval here.
Jarman Impey on ABC Sport. Long kick down the wing, punched away by Sam DeConing, and Duncan's wrapped up straight away. That pressure relentless, the Blues.
To get the ball out here, you need two possessions. And the first one is the most important because that's generally daring.
Ball up on the wing. Burst speed from Hewitt. Moves through the stoppage. Hand pass to Cripps. Kicks out wide. Looking over his shoulder. Elijah Hollands onto it. Tackled by Guthrie. Ball comes out. Chincotta grabs it. He's tackled. It's Stewart who locks him up front on. Great work defensively. Tom Stewart.
I'll tell you what, it's like the proverbial, the hot knife through butter. And stoppages at the moment, though, for Carlton. They are just slicing through the Cats. When they're out, various players doing it. It's not the same player every time.
Ball up half forward for the Blues. Won by Tom DeConing, the hit out, but picked off by Holmes. His hand pass, a turnover. Blues back on it. Akers, hand pass away to Kent. The inside 50 kick. Curnow flies for it. No mark. Hits the deck, front and centre. Always scrapping for it with Duncan. They both go to ground. Keeping his feet, Kennedy extracts it. Hand pass to the skipper. Cripps, high up and under to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. It spills down to Tui. Oh, he tries to clear his court. Surely. Oh, he's got him holding the ball. Oh, Tui just had the blinkers on and Matt Owies jumped out from behind the defender, wrapped him up and wins a free kick in front of goal.
I know that he's got a shot on goal here. Charlie Curnow has been mauled in the goal square on 2 occasions, and that's what the fourth umpire down there should be doing. I know they're going to have a shot on goal anyway, but Curnow, he was grabbed, he couldn't get to the ball on those last 2 instances.
Perfect play from the small pressure forward. Matt Owies wins his own ball and drives the drop punt through for a goal. And the Cats are getting worked in this second term. The Blues have kicked the last 6 in the game. New game high, Carlton by 42 points. 32-minute mark of the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Wow, that scoreline is ultra impressive. 71 points to basically half-time. We've got 31 seconds to go. They are relentless with their pressure. They're outstanding with their clearance work. But they are also highly efficient with taking the ball forward and their scoring capability.
It's finding space for him.
Yeah.
And Geelong aren't filling it up. I really do fear that Geelong's mids are not pushing hard enough back in the back half. They have been left at the source, so all of a sudden you've got the 6 forwards versus 6 backs. In fact, you've actually got players like Walsh who are breaking through there.
Yep.
No, they're just not working hard enough for the Cats, or can't work hard enough.
Bounce down in the centre. Blitzarves gives it straight to his opposing ruckman in DeConing, but it's stolen by the Cats again. Holmes with a handball off to Atkins, and then the kick is able to find Cameron outside 50. So McGovern's the man on the mark. He got separation on McGovern. McGovern will stand 48 metres out, he's been told. And Jezza will have a ping. He kicked the last goal for the Cats to get them within 12 points, early stages of this second term. Since then, it's been 6 straight to the Blues to put a stop on it. Cameron gives them a little bit of hope. And if ever they needed Jezza, it's right on the buzzer. He kicks his second. Geelong kicked their 5th, and it's a 36-point ball game. Geelong 5-5-35, Carlton 11-5-21.
Cal, can I just jump in? Mitch McGovern's having a discussion with the umpire, and I think he's got every right to. So the siren went halfway through Jeremy Cameron's run-up, and Cameron did what so many do. They move around late.
He's run off his line.
And played on.
Yes.
After the siren's gone, and Mitch McGovern saying, I'm standing here, I can't move. The siren's gone, he's
off
played
his line.
on. That should be called play on and not a goal. It wasn't where he started off his line and is allowed to straighten. It was play on. The umpire completely missed that. I think Mitch McGovern's got a great argument.
Wow. Well, if it comes down to a goal at this stage, it's not looking like it. But
no, I don't think it will at the moment, the way the Blues are playing.
Carlton by 36 points. So it was Carlton by 19 at quarter time. Cats came out firing. They kicked the first 2. Got it to within 12 points, and then the Blues just surged. Too much firepower. They rattled off 6 consecutive goals, and then a late goal after the siren to Jeremy Cameron, a controversial goal, gets it back to 36 points. So Carlton 11-5-71, Geelong 5-5-35.
Just checking. The AFL have signed off on it. The correct process is followed. It should be fine no matter what's happened here. So that's how it is. 36 points is Carlton's lead at halftime. I kid, of course.
That's self-analysis, isn't it? which they don't invite anyone else to sort of check it.
I got some stern feedback about some of my gags a couple of weeks ago, so I feel like I'm in better nick tonight.
Well, they've got to laugh. They've got to laugh. Just remember,
it's not my role in the team.
You're not a comedian, okay? But it was good.
11-5-71 the Blues. Geelong 5-5-35 is the score at halftime. The thoughts of the men who know footy the best in this box: Cameron Ling, Jarman Impey and Mick Malthouse.
Lingy, what do the Cats need to do?
Well, it's clearances for me, Jarman. That's the big one. So just on raw numbers, it's 32-14 Carlton's way. But of those 32, it has felt like a big chunk of them are slicing through and moving away from the stoppage, with then the spread coming on the back of it. And to take up Mick's point from a little bit ago, it's arriving into a Carlton forward line that is even numbers, but then the next 3 players who are getting there are Carlton players. Yeah. So it almost feels like it's ending up 8 or 9 attackers on 5 or 6 defenders or midfielders arriving there.
And wingers.
And wingers, and it is overwhelming the Geelong defence. So start it back at the source and either pack it up a little bit, like create a little bit of an arm wrestle type environment in there to not allow that to there. Or if I'd simply be saying, if you can't spread away from the stoppage, you're not going to play midfield. Bad luck.
That's exactly right. Do you think Chris Scott will show some vision of the spread of stoppage and how they're maybe getting outworked?
I think so, and it's one, it's a work ethic thing, but 2, it's capability. Mick said that they can't do it. When you've got Dangerfield, Clark and Blitzards all in there at once, they are all wanting to go inside, bees to a honeypot.
Yeah.
So therefore they're not capable of then getting to the outside. So getting the mix a bit better. Whenever Max Holmes is in there,
he said
the mix is a bit better.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mick?
I'd make a move straight away. I'm not a great Rowan fan, but the thing is, he gives them movement, he gives them marking power, he gives them speed. Take O'Connor off, or take off one of the smaller players that's just not in the game, and bring him on, which then allow, because we know that Hawkins is going to be reasonably held by Wiedering, so you need another source, and the source to me is a Cameron who's got fantastic speed, he's got endurance, he's a marking player, he can cause havoc. Okay, he may not be wanting to kick the goals if you bring him up to the ground, but if you bring him up again, you put Rowan in there, so Rowan takes his role in the air. He's not the same player, but it changes the dynamics. All of a sudden, Carlton then have got to worry about a bloke that comes up the ground who can mark from a kick-off, who's got the beautiful left foot kick. He kicks the ball just as far as Charlie Curnow, and it puts the ball in the Geelong's forward half. That's what I would do immediately.
And there's no question right now the ruck move has not worked for the Cats. Tom DeConey has been terrific. He's had 16 disposals, 15 of those contested, 6 clearances, has kicked a goal as well, kicked the first goal of the game. His follow-up work, his strength in the contest to give Cripps and Walsh and these players first use, but then following up, finding the ball. 16 touches in a half a footy for a genuine ruckman is brilliant play. He's just providing so much for them. So the fact that I wonder if Geelong needs to do something almost a little bit
out of left field.
Left field.
Well,
yep.
you do. Look, there's no harm ever admitting that you might have got something wrong. And I always take my hat off to a coach that's prepared to do something. But I also take my hat off to a coach that's not pig-headed and goes, this is not working.
Yep.
Let's do something a bit different there. I don't know what Rowan's like in ruck. I don't know what Cameron's like in ruck. Forget the ruckman. Just have good coverage at ground level, because the ruckman, unless he takes it and actually sprints away, his 50-50 ball in the air can be just as easily intercepted as any other player. I still just see ruckman. Yes, you need a good ruckman, but if you haven't got the ruckman out there, don't try to say that we haven't got one. Let's invent something different.
Well, the big part of what the ruck is doing right now is more the follow-up stuff. So DeConing having 16 touches and 6 clearances. So to me, why not play Mark Blitzarves there and say Blitzarves won't be able to win the hit out, but neither Sam DeConing, but at least Blitzarves will follow up as an extra midfielder.
And put some pressure on him going the other way.
Ground level.
But I don't see why you couldn't put Cameron in there and just say, don't worry about going for the ruck. Unless they smash it out, the ball's going to come to the ground. Okay, we're going to start. He's going to worry about him. Or put Rowan in there. I know Rowan's got speed. He might be a one-touch play, but he's got speed. So just something different, because at the moment it's getting smashed in there.
How much do you hear from the senior coach, Jarman, in your case, obviously, with Sam Mitchell at half-time? So we often see the overhead shot of the rooms and everyone's broken into their little groups and sitting around having a drink with their groups, their line areas. When will the coach pull the whole group in and have a chat to you?
Yeah, usually, 5-10 minutes after that, we all get together. We have our own discussions. By the time they come down the race and speak to us too, we got line meetings, and then we go into the team meeting, and sometimes he'll just show us vision or some key stats. So it's very simple, because obviously you go down the race and you've got so many stats in your face, so many different things that you need to do, and and that's what makes a good coach, I suppose, is just making it very simple and watching some vision and going out there and executing it.
When we chat to you when you're in the rooms and you've just finished a hard game, and we say it's amazing, Mick says so many nice things about you, and we're all shocked and surprised. Now you're getting an idea. You're sitting next to Mick tonight, you hear he doesn't say nice things about every player. If he's got to be critical, he'll be critical.
Yes, that's the way we like it.
You are absolutely one of his favourites, which you should take as a little badge of honour, Jarman, in the way that you're going about it.
I do appreciate that very much.
Great work in the combox tonight. Jarman MP with us alongside Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. It's half-time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Colby Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cats trail by 36 at half-time. It was 42 if it wasn't for a Jeremy Cameron goal right on the siren. Sunday teams are in. There are changes everywhere in the Sunday teams. I think 15 in total. Only 5 of them forced. We'll tell you about those in just a moment, plus the third quarter just around the corner. And Patrick Dangerfield is in hot water with the MRO. We'll get to some of that next. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The police officer who brought the Bondi Junction stabbing attack to an end has received the Commissioner's Valour Award for her bravery. Melissa McKay has the story.
New South Wales Police Inspector Amy Scott shot attacker Joel Cauchi in April after he murdered 6 people and injured many more, including a 9-month-old baby. Inspector Scott ran towards the danger and fired her gun at Cauchi, ending his stabbing rampage at a busy shopping centre. Inspector Scott has now returned to work after the traumatic incident and today thanked her fellow officers, other first responders and civilians for their acts of bravery on the day.
A North Queensland woman shot dead in her driveway is being remembered as a selfless treasure. 31-year-old Ryan Jeffrey Cole is charged with the fatal shooting of 34-year-old Natalie Fram while her car was parked outside a South Mackay home on Wednesday. 2 young girls who were in the car fled and alerted their neighbour. It's alleged Cole also shot the 66-year-old neighbour who suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Border Force has detained 15 illegal foreign fishers and seized 2 fishing boats after a raid near the Torres Strait off Queensland's northern coast. Christopher Tester has more.
The ABF says its Maritime Border Command and the Australian Fisheries Management Authority stopped 2 Indonesian boats on Tuesday near Deliverance Island, an Indigenous protected area west of the Torres Strait. It's alleged the crews on board were fishing illegally and that the boats were fitted with a substantial quantity of fishing equipment, which authorities say could have significantly impacted Australia's healthy fish stocks. 14 men and 1 juvenile have been placed in detention in Darwin while the matter is investigated. The ABF says it's considering prosecution.
The Central Land Council says it met this week with Northern Territory's Police Commissioner to discuss what it says is egregious inaction regarding allegations of racism in the NT Police Force. Oliver Chaseling has more.
In a meeting on Wednesday, the Central Land Council says it discussed community concerns around racism in the police force with Commissioner Michael Murphy. In a statement, the Land Council says it had hoped for a public apology from the Commissioner after he told a coronial inquest in May that he had been too busy to order an investigation into allegations of racist behaviour among elite police officers. He said to have acknowledged the problem in the meeting and that things have to change. The Land Council said NT Police must take immediate, transparent steps to eradicate racism and rebuild the shattered trust with Aboriginal people.
Victoria Police says their cooperation of tobacco retailers is integral to targeting organised crime. 13 people have been arrested as part of cross-border investigations into the trafficking of illicit tobacco. 7 men and 2 women have been charged by police in WA over an alleged $10 million illicit tobacco network operating in the state. A 29-year-old Victorian man who moved to WA is among those arrested. Detective Acting Superintendent Matt Hatt from Victoria Police Anti-Gang Division says tobacconists can play a crucial role in the investigation.
The cooperation of retailers involved in the sale of tobacco is integral to targeting organised crime groups involved in the illicit tobacco trade. I urge anyone with information on this activity to contact Crime Stoppers.
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is providing consular assistance to the family of an Australian who's among the hundreds of people who've died while completing the Hajj pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia. There are reports of hundreds of deaths as temperatures reached 47 degrees Celsius at sacred Islamic sites in and around the city of Mecca. Aid organisations are welcoming the re-anchoring of a temporary pier off Gaza to allow aid deliveries to reach the territory. But they say more is desperately needed. US military authorities say more than 6,000 tonnes of American humanitarian aid were brought in on Thursday, the most to arrive in Gaza via the pier in a single day. But Dr. Margaret Harris from the World Health Organization says Israel should open more land border crossings to allow even more supplies to reach Gaza.
We need to be able to move the aid in and move it in safely to all people wherever they are all the time. So we also need to be able to move in health workers and move patients out.
And 4 people have died after Tropical Storm Alberto made landfall in northeastern Mexico. The first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane seasons brought heavy rains and flooding. The deaths include 2 children who were riding their bikes and a teenager who was swept away in a river. You've been listening to the latest ABC News.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
Tony Armstrong, Catherine Murphy and their celebrity guests delve into all the personalities and stories of the weekend in sport.
Americans, they love entertainment. I don't think a KFC bucket on the head is going to cut it.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is.
Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Dangerfield, high half forward, 70 metres out, just lays it up with a hot spot, 30 from goal. Dempsey sets himself no mark, spills out to Cameron, and then just dribbles one through. Cameron hits the scoreboard.
Blitzer straight down the throat of Walsh for the opposition. He kicks towards the path, towards the 50, where Curno's got it. 2 Cats missed it. Charlie bounces it through from 50 for his third. Collins comes through the centre of the ground. DeConing's now got it for the Blues. Draws the defender. Handballs then out wide to McGovern, and his kick inside 50 is pinpoint. Exquisite delivery to Mackay. He's going the traditional route. And it works for him. He splits the middle, Harry. Blitzarves gives it straight to his opposing ruckman in DeConing, but it's stolen by the Cats again. Holmes with a handball off to Atkins, and then the kick is able to find Cameron outside 50. To put a stop on it, Cameron gives them a little bit of hope.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Blues threatened to blow Geelong off the park there in that second quarter. A late goal for Jeremy Cameron kept them in it. It is Carlton by 36 at half-time. They got a bit of work to do, the Cats, still with 17 premiership players out there from the side that won the flag the year before last. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges, Jarman Empey, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. A little flavour off the SMS for you here, Kel. So Marcus up in the Daintree asks, is there a bit of plugger in Charlie Cameron? I must admit, of all the things I think about Charlie Cameron, I don't usually think of plugger. Maybe in the...
No, but there was a text that I did read that came through, which was adding to the siblings.
Yes, I did like that.
I like that one.
From Matt in Brunswick Heads. On the siblings, Coach Chris Scott.
Correct.
Of course, is a twin. He's not only played with his twin, he's also coached against him on a number of occasions, and they've renewed that in recent years. So Chris and Brad Scott, and that's a great one to point out. So thank you for that, Matt. Mark in Adelaide asked about where's Brandon Parfitt. Is he injured or is he in the VFL? He's in the VFL. He's not selected at the moment. And shout out to Fran in Melbourne, one of our most loyal listeners, who points out she's barracking for Geelong tonight. I'm pretty sure Fran is a dyed-in-the-wool Collingwood fan, so she... am I right in saying that?
I'm not sure.
Pretty Fran will be able to clarify that for us, but often finds a team to barrack for, and so if that is the case, and I am right, it's probably no surprise that it's not Carlton.
It's never going to be Carlton.
Tonight. The Sunday teams, just to bring you up to date there, I mentioned this before we went to the news, so the changes across the board. 10 unforced changes out of the 15 for the two Sunday games, both West Australian teams in action. First up, it'll be the West Coast Eagles playing Essendon under the roof at Docklands. For the Bombers, Redmond, Dersma, Draper all come back in. Sardis omitted, Setterfield omitted. So pulled up from that knee complaint, was subbed out against the Blues last start a fortnight ago, but didn't hold his place. And Jade Gresham, who was due to play his 150th game, is unfortunately missing for personal reasons, so we won't see Jade Gresham on Sunday. Meanwhile, for the Eagles, 4 changes: Hunt, Allen, Brockman, Rotham all in. So they'll have a pretty good spine when you consider Waterman, Allen, McGovern, Barris. That's pretty sturdy, and the first time they've really had that all together up and running this year. Sheed's out injured, Harry Edwards omitted, Cully omitted, and Andrew Gaff omitted again.
Just some news from the Eagles as well. Some good news tonight. Elliot Yeo has signed on to be an Eagle for life. He signed a 3-year contract extension.
Cool. That's good news for him. It's bad news for the Crows and the Roos and all the other teams.
A few others into trying to get him. Absolutely.
Interesting,
so
isn't it? He got fit this year and took his game back to a really high level after a couple of years where I think it's fair to say, as a midfielder, his conditioning wasn't up to where it needed to be.
Heath Chapman, Hugh Davies is going to debut, the young redhead for Fremantle, and Corey Wagner, the 3 ins. Out goes Draper, omitted, Walters did his hammy, Walker illness. So 3 changes for the Dockers, and 5 made by Damien Hardwick and the Suns. Powell, Rogers, Day, Witts and Brandon Ellis all come back, so heavy changes there. Only one of them forced. Ben King is out with an injured knee. Fiorini, Holman, Walter and Moyle all lose their place. So big changes for the Sunday games across the board. Looking ahead to those matches there.
Travis Boak's out of Port Adelaide's game tomorrow as well with illness.
Wow.
Late change. So Sim comes in for him.
Okay, so they play Brisbane first up tomorrow.
Yep.
On the Saturday slate. Up at Lang Park, the Melbourne Storm lead 22-18. So this is 5 minutes into the second half. Storm on top there by 4. In fact, they're on top by more than that. That must have been a conversion right on cue. No, they are. 4. 22-18 is the score 5 minutes into the second half. So if you want to listen to the Storm on the Dolphins, you can hear it through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the green ABC Sport button. Patrick Dangerfield, just revisiting that moment from the opening couple of seconds. We were split on this. We talked a lot about the subsequent head knock for Sam Walsh, head into the turf, didn't come off the ground. Doctor visited him but said he was okay and has played out and has played good footy. What does it mean for Patrick Dangerfield? So had both arms pinned.
Yep.
And
all in one motion for me.
All in one motion.
I know you guys brought it up because the head hit the ground and hit the ground quite hard. And I understand the fact it gets looked at for that reason. I didn't see any sort of double motion in the tackle.
Yep. What do you reckon, Nick?
I need to see it again, but on first time I've seen it, I thought he's in a bit of bother.
I won't ask you, Jarman. I think it's fair.
I'll stay clear.
Jarman Impey, the current Hawk star, with us on ABC Sport. It is Friday night footy, second half upon us. Carlton by 36 points. Here with Kelly Underwood.
And it's the De Koning brothers to continue their fascinating and brotherly duel this evening. Number 16 in the hoops, Sam, the younger brother. And the bounce favours him, although Tom reaches up over the top. Dangerfield's there, trying to control it. He's got Cripps for company. The two captains head to head. And the yellow Sharon's locked in there between the two balls. How's Dangerfield gone, do you think, Lingy, stats-wise? What's he up to? What sort of impact's he having?
He's had the 11 touches. He's been okay. He's trying to get things going, but I think he's part of that midfield that has just been left and exploded away from at times by quality Blues midfield.
So the Cats now got a bit of run about them from the centre. Forced the hurried kick down there was Grind Myers, and Myers has given it to Cameron, who's marked. And he's marked in his favourite spot on the ground because he's kicked a few miraculous goals from this position. The right forward pocket at the city end. It favours the left boot. He needs to be lethal. He's scored 2 goals straight. He squeezes the Sharon. He's going the set snap off 3 steps. And it's just a little skinny, missing to the near side. An early opportunity goes begging. Carlton by 35.
Did Paddy Cripps have some company in that first half?
No.
Well, he's got plenty now. Blitzarv's going to him, and you know what he's like. He doesn't.
He's up to
where's like the skin?
He's up to 20 already, Cripps. So not a bad move from Chris Scott at half-time. Long kick down the wing from the Blues by Adam Sard, as you heard, and punched out of bounds by Stewart. So throw in right on halfway.
20 touches and 8 clearances for Paddy Cripps, but also, Mick, I know you watch this a bit, 260 metres gained too, exactly. So he's actually moving away from the stoppages as well. It's not all the handballs.
Blitzarv's.
I just don't understand why it takes till half-time to work that out.
Blitzarv's rucking here to Tom De Koning. Blitzarv's palms it down towards Dempsey. He's locked up and a ball up high half forward for the Blues.
And I'm not trying to be nasty about that, but you've just got to operate very, very quickly these days.
High half forward for the Cats, kicking to the city end in this third term, and Dempsey's taken high. Sharking the hit out, and he's going to take the free off his knees. Hand pass out to Holmes. Goes long to Tui in a one-on-one. Can't quite judge the flight of the footy on the way in. Stengel keeps it alive. Brilliant hand pass. Sets up Cameron to finish it off. He hasn't quite hit it. Snapping across the body and another behind. So Cameron with 2 behinds to start this second half. 2 minutes into the third term, Carlton by 34.
Yeah, the Blues haven't had a chance to get the ball yet. Geelong really, these opportunities, just can't waste them.
Got the first 2 goals in that second term, didn't they, Mick? And they got within 12 points. And then the Blues blew them away with 6 straight. Carlton with possession, going around the southern wing. Always dropped some mark that was really down low, and then a tackle by Williams.
It's a good get on a kick like that, Cal. If you can get the ball past the wing, you're going okay. And that's where Carlton need this football right now.
And they're happy for it to be a stoppage, Mick, because of their clearance dominance.
Ball up. And it's De Koning for the Blues that takes it out of the ruck. Easily beats Blitzarv's backing back, plugging that hole. That was Guthrie. That was a really gutsy mark. And he concedes some ground back to Kolajasny. And the Cats can go again.
Oh, that's not a good kick. Turns it over cold. Trying to link up with Holmes, and Chincotta jumps in the hole, takes the intercept mark. And he can shoot from 45 out. Slightly left of centre.
Well, Corby, if I can I'll just jump in there, Lingy, for 1 second. He's looked at him. Holmes looked at him and thought, well, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. He had a look around and couldn't find it. Then he went back to... But the Carlton player then had made 5 metres up on him.
Chincotta, for his second of the night, he dobs it. And it's Carlton who pick up where they left off. And Alex Chincotta is doing it again. Trying to blanket Tom Stewart, but putting on some scoreboard pain the other way. 12-5-77. Geelong 5-7-37. The Blue Baggers by 40 points. 4 gone, third turn.
And when you are playing that role like Chincotta is on Tom Stewart, if you can just find tiny little opportunities to hit the scoreboard. Early on in the game, it was Stewart who got off him. Chincotta ended up in a really good little spot, gets his first goal. That one, a little bit lucky, but he read the kick from Kolodjasny. I think Kolodjasny telegraphed it a mile away, as you said, Mick. But those just two little opportunities, doing a great defensive lockdown role. Now he's got 2 goals to his name. It becomes a huge game from Chincotta.
I'll ask you a question when this ball stops, but it's about Tom Stewart.
Currently it is in motion, and it's the Blues easily winning it out of the midfield as well. So Kennedy getting Walsh involved, kicks to a contest, ball hits the deck, Blues are swooping, Geelong cannot clear it. They're getting completely suffocated down there defensively. And in the end, Guthrie is on the bottom of the pack and hands the Sherrin back. And Scott Williams is running with. De Koning Sam. Here's a chance for O'Connor. He's set upon by a couple of Blues players, and again, they just can't find anything clear.
Got to make a move, Chris Scott. He's just got to bring Rowan on.
Top of the goal square here for the Blues. They're threatening again. Tom will put it straight down the throat of Kennedy. In the end, he fumbled. Quick hands, and they should be able to clear it here. Dempsey's got it right on 50. Penetrating kick. It was a low, wobbly kick, and he's given it straight to the opposition under the pressure. Newman's got it.
Newman is backing across to Sard. Carlton by 40 points. 6 minutes gone, third turn. Sard goes all the way back to Wiedering. He's had the better of Tom Hawkins in recent times. Hawkins had a little dip in the season, went 4 weeks without a goal, and hasn't been sighted much tonight. Walsh all alone on the wing. Marks the Wiedering kick and then shifts one down to half forward. Finds Akers. 60 out. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Curnow tries to bring it to ground. Follows up his own ball. Curnow trying to get his leg free. Kick smothered. Ball comes towards Blitzarch. Geelong able to rebound out of defence. Gives it to Stewart. Kicks to Hawkins. 1-on-1 with Wiedering. Knocks him out of the way. Loose footy on that southern wing. Stengel keeps it in front of him. Blues with the numbers, and the Blues will win out. Sard clean pick up. The 1-2 with Walsh. Sard can kick Carlton inside 50. Tom De Koning to climb. Can't take the mark. Pack forms behind him. Umpire circles. Stewart collects. Tackled. Ball up. 30 out from the Blues goal. And the Carlton fans are right in every contest. It's Carlton by 40. 7 gone, third turn.
35-year-old Tom Hawkins with just 2 disposals tonight. Yet to trouble the scoreboard. Picking it up is Kolodjasny. Inside the square, middle square it goes, and here's a chance for the Cats. Close, but his kick has been turned over yet again. Sard. McGovern. Loose players everywhere. Owies, uncontested mark, all by himself at centre-half forward. Eyes are low. Boyd calls for it as he dashes by. Owies ignores that. He's had his kicking boots on tonight. Owies, he's kicked 2. He's directly in front to the punt road end. He's going to back in his leg. He's going to back in his right boot from 51 out. It'll fall short. They launch. De Koning. Tom got high. Sam got low. Sam with the gather, and then the hurried kick under pressure. Deliberate. Who was the kickoff in the end from the Cats? I missed that. In the far right pocket, but it is a free kick going the way of the Blues.
It's Clark in the end.
So yeah, Clark with the deliberate, and so now it's Hollands with the set shot. Elijah Hollands from right on 50, only a step or 2 in. Again, this set shot will fall short. The umpire says it went over.
You almost get the police involved right now, Mick. Charlie Curnow is being mugged.
Yeah.
That's assault, what he's copping off the ball at the moment.
Carlton by 41, coming out of defence. Guthrie's kick picked off. Newman keeps it in the front half for the Blues. Looks for Walsh. He's all alone again. He's been given a ski rope all night. Walsh kicks into the forward pocket. Here's another tussle. Curnow and Kolodjasny. Kolodjasny over the footy. Tackled out of bounds by Owies. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues.
And 20 metres off the ball. Charlie can't even approach some of these marking contests. He's being that physically manhandled a mile off the footy.
3 to 12 inside 50s, just incidentally.
Carlton 7 of the last 8 goals in the game. Boundary throw in, shallow one. Tom DeConing gets to it, kicks goalward. It's punched through on the line by Stewart. Goal saving spoil. They behind Carlton by 42, so back to that game high margin. Carlton's way, 10 gone third term.
I think Stanley might be in the side next week, will he?
Yeah, I think someone needs to be, Mick.
What about the sub? When does that get activated?
Well, 15 minutes ago.
So Stewart on the kick in, beautiful delivery straight onto the chest of Jeremy Cameron. Oh! And he thought he could get around his opponent in McGovern, and he couldn't. McGovern with the tackle, it spills clear, picking it up is Hollands, and finally Curnow gets a free. Lingy's been calling for it all night. It was a brilliant tackle by Mitch McGovern. They're coming for him everywhere to give the low fives, the high fives. Got it to Hollands. Hollands' delivery to Curnow, and Colin Jasny all over him. Curnow gets the free and is going to line up for his fourth.
Carlton's pressure is very, very hot, isn't it? Look at that turnover. And now let's see if he can kick this goal.
Let's see if he can kick it like Tony Lockett, Corbin. As our listener on the text told us at half-time. Lining up for his fourth goal, Charlie. And he's offline.
Just didn't kick through it.
Hangs it to the left.
That's the only thing he didn't do was kick through the ball, because everything else was almost perfect.
He's up to 41 for the year now, Charlie Curnow, which puts him 3 clear of Ben King, who won't play this weekend.
I wonder with the sub whether you go, we're talking about thin left field, just throw a little spanner into Carlton's defence. Maybe it's Hawkins.
Stewart makes the kick out, goes long up the danger field. Spills down towards DeConing. That's Tom, can put Carlton back inside the forward arc. Kicks to full forward. Tom Stewart flies out, it spoils, but it's all Blues at the drop. Ollie Hollands just has to pick it up. Atkins does extremely well. Lays the tackle in the back pocket. Ball comes out a second time. Fogarty hands it to Fantasia, shoots over his head, and right to the behind line. It's punched through by Stewart. Tom Hawkins, you reckon? Quite right?
Yeah, no, and just more... Make Wiedering a little unsettled, play on a different type of player.
Yep. Well, it doesn't matter. He's got to come on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who he picks up. Well, you'd almost then... You could put Kemp there and just shuffle Wiedering around. It's just a matter of getting him on the ground.
All right, we'll find out shortly. We'll go down to Hodgie as the Cats work it around to right in front of the interchange gates. Dempsey has to meet it on the bounce, and then he's tackled. Is that holding the ball? No, the umpire says it'll trickled over the boundary. They're happy to let Dempsey know about it. I think there is news from down on the bench. Right in front of where the Sherrin is Hodgie.
Gary Rowan is about to... He is just coming on the ground now. Oisin Mullen has been subbed out of the game. So Mullen is out, Rowan is in for the Cats.
Again, the Blues are winning it in the air. Straight down to Cripps. Cripps took to a one-on-one. Well done by Holmes. Outbeats his opponent. Gives it off to his teammate. And a hurried kick down there. It was off Bowes to half forward. Ball hits the deck. Stengel gets rid of his would-be tackler. Off to Myers. Myers, top of the goal square, and Hollands picks it off. He was looking for Ollie Henry, yep. And they'll be able to go here, the Blues.
So short to McGovern, long kick out of the wing. Jim Mackay made the earn it by Jack Henry. Took the mark, won't be 50. Is Ollie Hollands, rather, is he playing in defence or just as that winger that's getting all the way back?
Huge work rate winger.
Yeah, their wingers are just moving back and forward just beautifully.
Mistaken for thinking he was the back pocket. He gets so deep in defence to help out tonight. Ollie Hollands, what a role he's playing in this team. Betting down his spot as the Blues knock on surge onto half forward, and there's Hollands again. Plays a tackle over the top. Ollie Hollands, Carlton's number 4, and will have a ball up 60 out from the Blues goal.
Those wingers now, good wingers, and genuine middle distance runners, the way they get from one goal square to the other. They're expected to arrive either as an attacking option at one end and outnumber in your own forward line, or what Hollands did there, get deep as that defender.
Carlton by 44, midway through the third. Ball up, half-back for the Cats. Blitzarves wins it down. Holmes tumbles a kick forward. Cameron taps it on to Henry, who's met by a big hit from McGovern. Carlton win the footy back. Kemp, hand pass to Boyd. Kicks down the southern wing for the Blues. Dangerfield collects, close to the boundary line. Hangs a hand pass back inside to Holmes. And he was held without it, said the umpire. So there was a whistle there, and advantage applied. Myers kicks inboard for the Cats, and close takes the mark. Logo southern wing. Carlton by 44, 14 gone in the third.
Centering kick comes the way of Bowes. Bowes is just going to hang it up and ask Tom Hawkins to run and jump. He tries his hardest. Waiting at the back was Cameron. Needs to beat a couple. Curls it over and curls and misses. Missing to the left-hand side across the face. He did get it over the hand of Akers, but he couldn't quite squeeze it through those big sticks. Carlton by 43.
3 points this quarter, isn't
Yes, it is.
And probably all gettable.
Yeah, for somebody of his skill, definitely.
Oh, Newman, dangerous kick out. McGovern just marks in front of Holmes. Centre half back for the Blues. He comes wide. Carlton by 43, and Williams marks, trying to draw the player on the mark. Umpire's not buying that. Dishes off the hand pass to Kemp. 45 kick back inboard to Fogarty. Hand pass back to Williams. Trying to wrong foot Guthrie. Williams does so. Gets around him beautifully. Short kick to Elijah Hollands, who marks at half forward. He wants another touch in the chain, Williams. Hollands goes a little longer. Bouncing footy in the pocket in front of Mackay. Can't trap it. Close to the boundary line. And in the end, Fantasia tackled. Ball still alive, says the umpire. Jack Henry for Geelong. Hand pass to Atkins. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Leaping up Rowan. No mark. Falls down to Fogarty. He's tackled. The ball up 52 metres out from the Carlton goal. The Blues by 43 midway through the third.
Where is Rowan playing? Do you think he's playing high?
Yeah, I think he is. Almost around the ball.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? A bit of speed, I suppose. Yeah.
Cripps in the right. Cripps pushes Blitzarves aside. Gets it down. Bouncing ball inside 50. O'Connor goes back to Cripps. Had to get it right down low. Blitzarves now tackled with intent by Kennedy. And it is held in. So Carlton 11-5-71 at half-time. It's their highest score for the opening half this season. And we've gone 15 minutes in this third term for just one goal. That's gone the Blues' way. Here's another chance. High ball, top of the goal square. Harry couldn't take it in the air. Charlie with the snap. It's offline, missing to the right. Out of bounds on the full. Missed to the right. Missed everything. So it's a lead still of 43 points. It was Carlton by 19 at quarter time and by 36 at a half time.
Duncan for the Cats kicks out to half back. Beat everyone. Landed on the chest of Hawkins. Couldn't trap it. Spills down to Tui. Short kick down the wing. Ollie Henry hits up. No mark. Spills through to Max Holmes. He's a runner. He's a track star as he goes bursting away. Two bounces. Kicks into the pocket. Cameron the target. Punched out of bounds by Kemp, and will have a boundary throw in forward pocket for Geelong.
Great play by Brodie Kemp. One of the younger players, only playing game number 35, but he's settled in as that almost mid-size, can play tall defender, pretty versatile. He's building his confidence.
Plays tight too.
Yeah.
He's one of the very few backline players today that does play tight.
So here's Hawkins and Wiedering in the ruck. Off Hawkins' shin. It ricochets back to him. He has a quick snap. He sprays it. Misses everything. Just a rush of blood. Picks it up out of frustration. Smacks his left boot into it. His third touch for the night. Yet to get on the scoreboard at all.
How do you reckon he's going, Lingy? I know whenever you're 35, it feels like the criticism's always a little bit harsher. He had an outstanding year last year. Can you get your thoughts on Hawkins as his form has dipped as the team's has, as Carlton winner holding the ball call on that outer side, and they're away. Cripps to Owies, back to Cripps, gives it to Fogarty, ugly kick inside 50. Williams traps it, forward pocket, kicks deep, getting back. O'Connor knocks it through from behind. Carlton by 44, 18 gone in the third.
I think he's finding it hard at the moment, and when you're a key forward and you don't have that athleticism anymore, you are reliant on the players up the field to be a bit more dominant and be able to get the ball in there a bit quicker or a bit more dangerous, and he's not finding any of that little easy ball. An easy goal or two I think would get him going. It's not there at the moment.
This is an easier release for the Cats defensively. Got it to Tui at half back. into Myers, usually sharp by foot. That was exceptional to Rowan. Marks on the edge of the bullseye, the centre circle. Flares it out wide to Dempsey. He's 70 out. He steps back inboard. He goes short. Wasn't the required distance to Holmes. And he's been pinged for holding the ball. Newman got him.
So even on that point there, Corbs asked me about Hawkins. That Dempsey kick should be going in deep and to a dangerous part of the ground. Instead, Geelong their ball use going forward at the moment is nowhere near as efficient as the Blues.
Now, the kick from Newman was rather casual, and as a result, Dempsey was able to get involved and win a free kick, but it's going to come back to him because Jeremy Cameron wanted to play on.
The build-up from Geelong was a lot better, though. There was a change of angles, switch of play, coming out the other side, and they went inside 50. It was just that next kick needed to connect.
So there are 2 kicks out here. That's Jarman Impey. ABC Sport, our special guest tonight. Dempsey again kicks long. DeConey jumped on the head of his brother. So Tom jumped on the head of Sam, and Sam's going to win a free kick.
Yeah, because Tom didn't get his hand on the footy. They're going to say unrealistic attempt. But
he's put his right knee right into his brother's head as well.
Yeah, I don't think Mum sitting in the stands would be happy with that.
I don't think she's enjoyed the evening whatsoever.
No.
Tom kicked the first goal of the night on his brother when they both lined up in the ruck at the opening bounce.
Is it unrealistic when chances are Tom's taken a few of them in the backyard from Sam before?
Sam won't get the last laugh here, but he can show a bit of fight and say, "Take that, you older brother. You annoying thing." And there's cheers from Mum in the crowd. She's on the younger brother's side.
I think she knows that Tom's been very dominant tonight.
Oh, and she's blowing kisses. She is enjoying her night, is Mum from the stands. That puts it to a 38-point lead to the Blues.
How good is that to see?
So good. Carlton 7-10-82, Geelong 6-8-44. And we've got 5 and a bit to play in this third term. And after Tom has dominated the evening, the younger brother Sam just gets a little one back.
The feedback in the backyard when they were younger would have been, "No, you've got to stand up more and let me get a ride there."
The 2 brothers just told each other that they're facing the wrong way in the centre circles. That's fair dinkum.
Lined up on the wrong side.
Yeah, they did. When they swapped it, they swung each other, told each other.
The Coney backyard at the MCG tonight. Sam leaps up, wins the hit out against Tom. Down towards Dangerfield. Tumbles a kick for Geelong to half forward. Close. Lost sight of it. Boyd does very well. Off his knees for Carlton. Hand pass to Cowan. Centre half back. Kicks up to the wing. Punched away by Bowes. Loose footy to hunt after. Stewart gets there. He's got it right on him. Got a hand pass away to Atkins. Kicks down the southern wing and finds Rowan. That goal for Sam DeConey, by the way, just his second. His other came on grand final day, his first in 2022. That memorable goal that he kicked there in that final quarter as the celebration was on for the Cats. As Carlton win it back here across the half-back line. No mark entering inside the forward 50. Kennedy, hot hand pass through to Williams. Handball away to Fantasia. He got it to Cripps, and now Sard all by hand to Newman. Shoots a hand pass back to Fantasia. Through the corridor, turns it over. And O'Connor takes the intercept mark, centre half back for Geelong.
Nice intercept mark, but Paddy Cripps just continues to put on a display. He's 8 touches this quarter, 28 for the game.
O'Connor flares it wide by foot to Rowan, and Rowan's kick is perfection to Stengel. Stabs the pass in the Hawkins direction. Tom goes to ground, and he's a little sore. He's down behind play. So we'll get Corbin to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, the Blues, with a couple of short, sharp kicks, have worked it to Hollins on the wing, the outer wing.
Just grab his left boot. Hawkins, so not sure if that's ankle or someone trod on his foot, but I'll keep watching, Kel.
Stewart flies at half back for the Cats. Couldn't take it in the air, but squeezes it out. Now it comes to Holmes. Holmes. He's got Dempsey, who's got a paddock. He needs a kind bounce. He traps it on the bounce. He turns and wheels and goes, and a well-weighted kick has been marked uncontested by Close. Close puts it out in front of Cameron, but instead he puts it out on the full. Too much out in front of Jeremy Cameron. Now, Tim Hodges, let's get down to you, because we've spoken a little bit about Hawkins, the fact he's 35, and you would probably think he's in the last 9 or 10 games of his career. What sort of injury are we looking at as he come towards you?
Looks like a left ankle or if indeed a foot. Maybe Corbin was right, he got trod on, but he cannot put any weight on it, and he is hobbled just to the bench right now, so he's in a bad way.
Blues trying to switch play. Kennedy from one back flank to the other. It's broken up, and the big red machine, Gary Rowan, intercepts it, takes the mark left half forward for Geelong. He'll get a look here just inside 50.
And that's his speed. But if you're playing soccer, that's one of the reasons why you don't go from one side of the ground to the other with one kick, because it hangs in the air and you can get. So you go to the secondary. That player should have used the player that was in the middle of the ground. Then he goes to the Carlton player. That doesn't happen.
Left foot that shot.
Yeah.
Left foot concern for Tom Hawkins. More on that to come. Here's Gary Rowan. He is a marksman as he dobs that. Through it goes. And the Cats have kicked a couple in a row. Something they've done far too infrequently tonight for Geelong fans' sake. 7-8-50, Carlton 12-10-82. Blues playing out in front. They lead by 32. Time on third term. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, you only take your cues down here on the player reactions, and Tom Hawkins was in so much pain, and they couldn't even get his boot off. They've just helped him down the stairs. He's gone to the rooms. So that's a nasty left foot or left ankle injury. That looked really decent, like a bad one too. So I'm not sure whether we'll be seeing Hawkins again.
Yeah, we've got the bonus of the replay here, and as he went to take off and with no contact, didn't seem to roll. Immediately when you see that, you think Achilles. It's not, because he's grabbing at his left foot, and you worry that with that takeoff, the force that must go through there, that if he's done something structural to that foot,
just by trying to burst away.
He was frustrated as well because he threw his mouth guard down and kicked that away. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, Charlie Curnow almost kicked another. The Blues won it out of the centre. They got it towards Curnow and he rolled it from 40 out and it hit the post. So, one story up one end, Charlie Curnow's kicked 3. And for the other, Tom Hawkins, all fingers crossed that it's not too serious with 9 games to go for the Cats this year if they slip out of the 8 and don't play finals. Geelong have got it on the outer side. Rowan, the latest goal kicker, gets it over. A chance for Stengel, who tried the don't argue. He was caught. Myers, handballs, Ollie Henry. Kick was smothered. Back to Cameron. It's hard going, Ollie Henry to Dempsey on the edge of the goal square. Close!
Wow. Listen to the crowd.
3 in a row for the Cats. 3 in a row for the Cats. And it's Carlton still with quite a big lead, a 27-point lead, but there's a bit happening behind between the Blues defenders. Akers and Wiedering are having a bit of a chat. And a mini surge here from the Cats, Mick. 8-8-56, Carlton 12-11-83.
I wonder if Carlton, and certainly the Carlton crowd is asking, one, how Tyson Stengel wasn't holding the ball, and then the next one, let's see if Ollie Dempsey does get a handball in this. Oh, he does, just to break close. So that one was fine.
It looks like a flick pass, didn't it, for everyone in the stadium?
Can Geelong kick another one here?
Well, they've got the roll of the ball, and Rowan has made a substantial difference because of his speed, and Hawkins off the ground. It's just changed the dynamics.
There's a reasonably big footy game here on Wednesday night. Might not have looked that out of place there. State of Origin coming to the MCG. Might have arrived a little early. So all of a sudden, the game's not done yet. Geelong with the last 3 after falling behind as many as 44 points. It's currently 27 Carlton's way as we tick towards three-quarter time. Blues out of the middle. Hewitt to Tom DeConing. Hand pass to Kennedy. Picks it up, 50 out. Drives a kick goalward. Misses everything. A great chase as he went to kick that. Tom Atkins never gave up on it. And affects the kick. It's out on the full. 28 minutes gone, third term. Carlton by 27, but Geelong have kicked the last 3 goals. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Quickly and defensively, the long kick and a great mark by Sam DeConing.
They're getting their numbers, Geelong.
Getting a bit of confidence to the younger DeConing brother as well. He gives it off to Guthrie, a high ball. The umpire spots something in a pack. It's a Geelong free kick. It's going to come back to Jeremy Cameron.
And yet Cameron mauled his opponent well off the ball, and the retaliator...
He's got it at half forward. 2 kicks out. He pulls it late, and that was clever. Oh, he's dropped an absolute sitter, has Guthrie, and it opens the door for Saad to come in and tackle him to the turf.
He'd already spent it. He was starting to look up the field for his options. Forgot to mark the footy. Well done by Sard. Just locked him down. Create a stoppage.
Here is the stoppage right on 50. Umpire says holding, free kick to the Cats.
Oh, wow.
Suddenly everything's going their way. And it's Tom De Koning that's given it away in the ruck to Blitzarves. He takes off on his left. Who's going to run and leap? No one. No one for Geelong anyway. Ollie Henry's claiming he was held off it. And the marking player is, of all people, Charlie Curnow getting down there at fullback.
Well, that's just a safety measure. What have we got to go?
40 seconds, Nick.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's just to make sure they don't kick their fourth goal. Not sure. It's a great tactic.
Curnow to Elijah Hollands, kicks out to half-back, and there's Mackay trying to mark that, spills it, comes to Kolajasny, Walsh tackles him. Ball up.
If Geelong can set up now, with 40 seconds, it's 19 seconds. So still opportunity.
70 out from the Cats' goal, taken out of the ruck by Tom De Koning, kick smothered by Dangerfield, Blitzarves wins it, handball to Clark, hurried kick forward, picked off McGovern. Takes the intercept mark, so that'll just about do us. To three-quarter time, just as we thought Carlton had broken the back of this game, Geelong give themselves a bit of life. They've kicked the last three, the Cats. Hawkins off with a left foot injury. They'd already made their tactical sub, O'Shane Mullen out of the game, which was tactical. Gary Rowan is in. Corey Durden unused so far, the sub for the Blues. And as we turn for home, Carlton 12-11-83, Geelong 8-8-56. It is Carlton by 27 at three-quarter time. Intriguing night at the footy. The goal kickers, first of all for the Blues, 3 for Curnow, 3 for Owies, 2 for Mackay and Chincotta, 1 each for Tom De Koning, that was the first of the night, and Akers has the other. While for Geelong, 2 for Cameron, 1 each for Tui, Holmes, Sam De Koning, Rowan, Dempsey and Close. Sam Walsh was tackled, had both arms pinned, and his head hit the ground in the opening minute, so Patrick Dangerfield will wait on a result from the MRO. We expect that to be looked at, but we're split in the box as to whether he's got anything to worry about. Meanwhile, just repeating, Tom Hawkins, a left foot injury, went limping off in that quarter. Quickly off the SMS, we had a laugh at halftime, Cal, about all the siblings, and I mentioned the 8 and everything else that were involved, and we both jumped at Mark's text message, which said, oh, what about the coach?
Yes.
And of course, we all said, oh, yeah, Chris Scott, his twin Brad and everything else. Of course, I didn't point out Michael Voss played against his brother Brett Voss on many occasions, of course. So
stop it. What are we up to? 10?
We're up to 10.
10 sets of brothers involved in this game in regards to if they've had a sibling that has actually played the game.
So we got 3 sets of siblings out there. 2 on the same team for Geelong, the Henrys. 2 on the same team for Carlton, the Hollands. And 1 against each other, De Koning and De Koning. Then we have the list of players that have a sibling in the league playing somewhere else. There's 5 of those. And now the 2 coaches who also have footballing siblings at other clubs. So.
Jarman, this is why Corbs gets the big buck.
Yeah.
He's got the information like that for you.
Hey, there's lots going on here. It's confusing me.
Stats that are irrelevant. That's where we
I
do
don't
them
mind
really
them,
well.
though. I don't mind them. That's that you just don't know.
That's right.
You've got them, mate.
Do you have a brother, Lingy?
I do have an older brother. Yeah.
Any good at footy?
Oh, no.
Really? You were trying to work out if he was listening.
He's in town at the moment. He lives in Newcastle, but he flew in today for tomorrow night, so he's probably listening. Sorry, David.
Give him a shout out.
About you, Jarman?
No. Oh, yes, I do. I've got a younger brother and a younger sister, so Jolden.
Right.
Yeah. Any good at footy?
He's a soccer.
Oh.
He's a soccer man. He loves his soccer. So he's 16.
Yep.
He's doing well.
Right.
More thoughts from Jarman MP, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse in just a moment. Carlton by 27 points. Three-quarter time, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Zampa again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams him for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Oh, that's not a good kick. Turns it over cold. Trying to link up with Holmes, and Jim Cotter jumps in the hole, takes the intercept mark. He could shoot from 45 out. Jim Cotter, for his second of the night, he dots it. And it's Carlton who pick up where they left off.
Dempsey again kicks long. DeConey jumped on the head of his brother. So Tom jumped on the head of Sam, and Sam's going to win a free kick. Sam won't get the last laugh here, but he can show a bit of fight and say, take that, you older brother.
Blues trying to switch play. Kennedy from one back flank to the other. It's broken up, and the big red machine, Gary Rowan, intercepts it, takes the mark left half forward for Geelong. He'll get a look here just inside 50. Here's Gary Rowan. He is a marksman as he dobs that. Through it goes. And the Cats have kicked a couple in a row.
Stengel, who tried the don't argue, he was caught. Myers, handballs, Ollie Henry. Kick was smothered. Back to Cameron. It's hard going, Ollie Henry to Dempsey on the edge of the goal square.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Cats have kicked the last three. Carlton's lead down to 27 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang, Mick Malthouse and Jarman Impey with their thoughts through three.
Well, Jarman, Geelong got themselves going a little bit there at the end. Is it fair to say, I mean, you were calling for it and about the pressure and the ability to get through the middle of the ground. Gary Rowan comes on the ground. They gave a different look to Carlton a little bit. With their ball movement, with their off-the-line movement, everything like that. Was it simply they just had a little patch, or have they genuinely flipped a bit of the momentum?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? And that's why we love the game of football. But we'd like to think that we'll call the shots from up here, Lingy, and we said that they needed to change the angles, the Geelong Football Club, and I felt like they did. They got to the open side, they got inside 50 a few more times and was able to score. I think they kicked the last 4 goals of the game.
Mick, you said Gary Rowan had to get on the ground. He made a big difference.
Yeah, he did, Lingy, and it's just his speed and the ability to come up the ground. I think if you're in front of the ball and the ball goes, Coach, that little, Charlie Cameron, Hill, come, say, who else a good forward pocket? Stengel. That's okay. That's that speed of getting the football in your hands, but it's getting the ball down there. So what they needed was that speed to get the ball down there, and I think Rowan helped them.
We'll get down to Tim Hodges shortly, but Tom Hawkins still in the rooms. I fear if you've just joined us, it's a left foot injury that happened behind play. It wasn't a collision injury at all. I really hope, Corbin, I mean, we don't always get the fairy tale like Cameron Lang sitting behind us, kicks a goal in a grand final win. You think of Chris Judd was taken off in a stretcher here as his final game. Buddy Franklin did a calf and ended up in the bunker at the back of his final game. And you really hope that we haven't seen Tom Hawkins for the last time here tonight as he walked down into the rooms with a injured left foot.
Game number 359 for Tom Hawkins as Sam Walsh gets the first kick of the final term. A centre break for the Blues, kicks to centre half forward, and a pack forms as Duncan is tackled immediately after it hit the deck. Tim Hodges.
Just the only word from the Cats have given us is that it's serious enough, that left foot injury, that Tom Hawkins will not return tonight. It's the same foot that he had surgery on at the start of last year in the Premiership defence for the Cats that kept him out for a chunk at the start of that year. So yeah, it's a real concern for Geelong, and you can almost see the bench is a bit deflated with one man down and with Hawkins down in the rooms. Such was the pain he was in when he came off and then had to be helped down the stairs. So yeah, it's going to be a really big story for the Cats and for Tom Hawkins over the next 24 hours or so.
He burst away with speed on lead and it just crumpled underneath him.
It's a very unusual injury. Geelong worked the ball from centre half back up to the wing. It went out of bounds from the throw-in. Kennedy kicks back to half forward and Sam DeConey takes the intercept mark.
He's looked better as he's played as a defender, Sam DeConey. Completely outpointed by his brother in the ruck for most of this game, but the last half of that third quarter and then again back to his more familiar defender, being able to go at the ball in the air, intercept.
Oh, Sam DeConey gave it to Holmes, kicked dangerous, off hands. It got through to Clark. The only reason for that is he gave a little shove on the way through. It's against Bowes, sorry. And Jack Bowes gives away the free, so Carlton will take it. Cowan goes very short, dangerous kick. Just reaches intended target, and there's going to be 50 here. As the mark was taken, and a little shove to Kennedy from Max Holmes, and the ump says, come with me. Not sure about that, Mick?
Well, I just think it's such fine line. And I don't know whether he actually really look, he could have run right through him. But
Who agrees with you, Mick? There is one person in this stadium, Chris Scott, because he put his hand through his long, luscious locks, and then he got up and moved to the back of the box so he could really say what he thought without the TV camera being on him.
Well, I thought that worked when he had the umpires down there, didn't it? That really worked. I mean, the last thing you ever do is get the umpires in, because then they start thinking, no, he's a clever dick.
It's the free kick count.
Here's Kennedy. Drop punt is good. And that takes a bit of air out of the Cats balloon. Geelong with the last 3 before the break, but Carlton kicked the opener of the final quarter. 33 points their lead. 13-11-89. Geelong 8-8-56. 3 gone final turn. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
To answer your question, the free kick count is...
Just take up the match.
Oh, yeah, entire match. So I've still got that one on the third quarter. 17-14 Geelong's way, gentlemen. So we can't find a conspiracy theory there at all.
No, we can't.
It was... Well, it seemed to be as the ball arrived there, but it's been paid. They get the goal and probably just settles them down a little bit. Geelong had the momentum ending that third quarter. Carlton doing exactly what they had to do, though. Sam Walsh gets the first clearance, played in their forward half for a couple of minutes, and then they get the goal.
I think that Connie is on the... belongs to Connie, is on the ball, Lingy. I just reckon he's
drifting behind.
Yeah, I think he's staying a lot more behind the ball.
Kennedy.
Tom Stewart forward for the Cats.
Strong in the tackle from Dangerfield, but Dangerfield has been rewarded its play on. Holmes had it. His kick eventually goes the way of Stengel, and then the kick from Holmes was smothered brilliantly from Fantasia. What about the follow-up tackle from Fogarty was excellent. Still the Cats go again. Stengel with the handball wide, and then the short dab pass by foot from Tui gets to Myers. And it's judged it did go the required. Here goes Myers, sneaky, plays on, goes for goal, and misses to the left.
Fantasia again he had every right to go and attack that football and backed off, and that's why the Geelong player was able to resurrect that ground ball.
So at the moment, starting this quarter, Tom Stewart's starting as a forward to try and lose that Chincotta matchup, and then is attempting to just drift up around the ball and not play totally behind the ball, but a little bit higher and maybe get to the back of some of the stoppages, just trying to find himself a little bit of room and get them going. So this boundary throw in, Tom Stewart's just behind the footy.
And what's happening now, the Conning falls behind the ball as a loose player. So they've orchestrated that very well, Geelong, to get a loose player.
The coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse, the kick out went out of bounds from the boundary throw in. Blitzarms palms it down. At the bottom of the pack there is Dangerfield. When he comes back to him, he's tackled by Tom de Koning, and Dangerfield trying to kick out almost like a wrestler trying to kick out of a pinfall. The umpire's going to throw it up here in front of the Geelong bench. Blitzarms palms it down straight to Sard. Hurried kick forward for the Blues. Out to meet it is Mackay and Jack Henry, and it's knocked out of bounds. A throw in on the wing.
So Geelong were trying to get the loose player. They've got it. And Carlton haven't woken up. Well, now, no, Carlton haven't woken up to it yet. Because
Chincotta's now rolling up still to take
that's
Stewart.
Right. So they're dragging him out. Yeah. And Carlton now have to put a mid, which they shouldn't, back to put pressure on.
Carlton by 32, boundary throw in. Blitzarms grabs it out of the ruck, kicks forward, one bounce out of play. Throw in front of the benches and in front of Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
In front of Carlton making the substitution, Orazio Fantasia has just been taken out of this game. Corey Durden's just taken the T-shirt off, just doing the full warm-up, and he's about to come in to the match.
Free here.
Ball has been tossed in right in front of Hodgie, and the interchange gates as two Blues apply a fierce tackle. Hewitt on one side and de Koning the other, and right underneath is Atkins. Blitzards and de Koning. De Koning down. Blitzards able to win it, although it went with a fumble. Dak down there was Walsh, didn't matter. Cripps got his handball away to Chincotta, who's really been brilliant tonight, and then Hewitt delivers into the pocket to Harry Mackay. That is textbook AFL. That is the Aussie rules football we like to see from a team that is ranked second in the competition and will cement itself in second after this win here tonight.
Yeah, that's the quality there, because so Mick was saying Geelong have got the spare behind the play, so Carlton had the number at the stoppage. Jarman called it out that Walsh was the one. So Carlton were able to take it so efficiently from that stoppage then almost making Sam De Koning as the loose of the Cats completely irrelevant and find Harry Mackay. Great play.
Crossed over 50 from the toughest of angles. The right side for a left footer. And he joins Charlie Curnow and Owies with 3 goals for the night. They're threatening to tear this game apart in the final 16 minutes. The margin back out to a whopping 38 points. Carlton 14-11-95. Geelong 8-9-57 with their superstar goal kicker Tom Hawkins down in the rooms with a suspected serious foot injury.
Yeah, I'm just watching Williams now. He's dragged his teammates in, and I'm going to be interested to see how Carlton react on the bench to the loose play. Now, I know the game affected the 6 goals. It's a long way back for Geelong, but you've got to practice these moves going into finals. Geelong have been able to orchestrate it's 6-6-6, but that'll change. What Carlton do they keep the extra at the ball, or do they put the extra back where they think they need him back in the forward line to make Geelong accountable on that back line? So this is a real test for Michael Voss, I reckon.
Carlton by 38, back in the middle, Sam De Koning palms it down to Clark, who had a little fumble, put himself under pressure, then slips over. Got it out to Blitzarms, hand pass to Atkins. High up and under the half forward, Dempsey right there with Cowan. Draped all over him and in the end gives away the free kick. It's going to go Dempsey's way. Just pokes the pass over to man on the mark. 2 Cats collide with each other. Tui and also Close. Close mops it up. Hand pass to Dempsey. Gives it to Sam De Koning. Ugly floater inside 50. Stengel can't mark overhead. Hacked off the deck by McGovern. It works out. A 40-metre soccer up towards half-back. He's been watching the Euros. Look at the goalkeeper. From the goal kick up towards Tom De Koning. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Gives it to Krebs. Handball down the wing. Walsh and Jack Henry bank bodies. Ball comes out. And off the deck, Wayne Harms-esque. Walsh knocks it out to Krebs. Hand pass forward to Mackay.
Mackay can use Chincotta, but he was beaten by the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw-in, 70 around from the Blues goal. Chincotta's had that tagging job on Tom Stewart tonight. In a word or two, Lingy, how has he gone?
Oh, brilliantly well. He's kicked 2 goals and they're currently 38 points up. Big win, Chincotta.
Quiet night, Tom Stewart. Flicked back in. Tom De Koning missed it in the ruck in the end, and Blitzarves, his direct opponent, got a kick away. Spoilt down by Wiedering. He had Tom Hawkins for most of the night, but Hawkins off the ground, down in the rooms. Spinning was beautifully. There was Newman, a much improved play to Wiedering, to Hollands. They combine. Over the head handball to McGovern, to centre half forward. Standing his ground was Fogarty. Closing late was Duncan. Duncan spoils it down to his own advantage. Kicks out into open space. Jeremy Cameron with a fresh airy. Akers was there. He picked it up. He brings it back in board. Boyd gets it, and then Boyd goes to Hollands. Tom Stewart gives away a free. Gives away 50 rather. And that's the Bronx cheers from the Blues fans, giving it to Tom Stewart, who's been well held tonight.
Well, he took 2 steps. Once you run in and try to crowd the player out and go over the mark, that is 50.
And Elijah Hollands is going to be dragged to directly in front. And the man standing the mark is 45 metres out. Hollands gives it off to McGovern.
No,
McGovern flushes it.
Cannot do that.
Come back.
He ran between the person who originally had the ball and the man on the mark.
Correct.
Which you cannot do.
So it'll come back to Elijah Hollands.
Well, I don't know why it goes off. Anyway, he's 40-odd metres out. Take responsibility.
Hasn't kicked a goal so far tonight. The 22-year-old traded in to Carlton in the off-season. And Hollands! Mick said, back yourself in. And that's exactly what he did. And the 8th individual goal kicker for the Blues. They're celebrating now with still 14 minutes to play. 15-11, 101. Geelong 8-9-57. It's a 44-point lead.
Yeah, terrific kick in the end. He should have had a shot, you're right, Mick, and he did exactly that. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Just when you get a sec, I want you to have a really close look at Tom De Koning down there. we're just seeing vision on our screens here. An accidental almost stomp on his face. Hodgie, can you see him down there?
Yeah, he's right. He's almost right beside me, Lingy. He's got a bag of ice on the side of his face. I don't think I've ever seen a more exhausted footballer. He has run himself into the ground. And just another observation, Geelong, one of the physios has just taken, you always hate seeing the crutches get out, but they've taken the crutches down. So I think Tom wants to return to the field, just goes to show sort of what sort of pain and what sort of mobility he has. The crutches have been taken down to the rooms.
Thanks, Hodgie. Centre break for Atkins. Kicks out towards Ollie Henry. Marks tries to lay it up to Cameron in the forward pocket. It's broken up. Mitch McGovern sockers it again out of the defensive 50s. From his new move. And Carlton with the footy again. The takers on this occasion. He's dapped in the process. Got a hand pass to Elijah Hollands, the goal kicker. Kicks for Stewart and Chincotta. Stewart slips over. The 5-time All-Australian Chincotta wins it hands down. Then goes longer, full forward. Durden in his first involvement. Can't quite trap it in a one-on-one. Colin Jasny for the Cats. Lent a hand in defence. Hand pass to Bowes. Handball to Jack Henry. One too many. Turnover. Durden gives it to Kennedy. Kicks from Mackay in the pocket. And Blitzarms punches it away. Still alive for Carlton at half forward. Akers collects. Handball away to Cowan. The teenager. Cowan kicks it. His first in the big time. And the party is indeed on for the Blues. Carlton by 50 large. 13 gone final term. Carlton 16-11-107. Geelong 8-9-57. And Lockie Cowan gets up from defence, kicks his first goal in AFL footy. 13 gone final quarter.
Well, that's that rollover. They just keep rolling on and rolling on and rolling. That's the difference between the two teams on the night. It's the difference in, I'd like to see the meterage of the whole game, which I will get in a second, but it's just the run of Carlton tonight has really exposed the lack of run by Geelong, and it's remarkable that a Rowan comes on and shows the gap between the run. Holmes runs but doesn't really take...
it's about 700 metres.
700 metres is massive in a game of football.
Cats fans are turning on each other in the crowd. Blues fans are up and partying as Hewitt wins it out of the centre. Kicks towards Curnow. Had his hands wrapped around it and dropped it at the last minute. Repelling kick from the Cats. Loose ball inside that centre square. Picked up by Myers. Handballs into space. Atkins stabs it right in front of him. Atkins goes again. Atkins somehow works it way to... No, free kick throw. Atkins was trying to scoop it up and give it to Ollie Henry. So a free kick to the Blues, and Newman is going to accept it.
Their pressure's just been enormous all night, Carlton. First class. Carlton, Geelong haven't been able to handle it. They've been playing a little bit of hot potato. You can have it. I don't want it. You can do something with it. Whereas on the flip side, when Carlton have won the ball and Geelong have tried to bring pressure, Carlton have been really composed. Yeah,
good hands, and also numbers, Lingy. You know, I reckon if you took a photograph all over the ground, 10 metres where the ball is, Geelong are always one or two players short.
Newman kick went out of bounds, on the bounce, so bound with Chowan up on the members' wing. Extracted out of all that by the Cats and Holmes. Set up here for Close. He's tackled. Crowd calling for holding the ball. Got the hot hand pass from Duncan and then Dangerfield, and Close tackled by Elijah Hollands. Pack forms around him. Ball up. Centre half forward for Geelong. Blitzarms palms it down. Is there a free for a hold? There is.
Max Holmes has been, well, it's going to go to Brian Myers, but even Holmes' movement through that stoppage, he's probably been the only player all night who's looked like that for the Cats.
Oh, Myers slips as he kicks that inside the forward 50. Somehow got through to Cameron. Takes the sprawling mark right half forward for Geelong. Crowd, by the way, posted 75,218. So you think of the two meetings this year, they had 87,775 in round 7. And now 75,000 plus tonight again. Jeremy Cameron has got at least 3 in his last 3 games against the Blues. To make it his last 4, yes. He kicks one late to make the scoreboard a little better reading for Geelong fans. And what is a night that is going to result in a loss. Carlton 16-11-107, Geelong 9-9-63. 16 gone in the final term. Jeremy Cameron with his 3rd.
The big questions coming out of this one for the Cats is through the middle of the ground when Jeremy Cameron continues to be a high-quality threat up there. We'll wait and see with what's going with Tom Hawkins. Tyson Stengel's a quality small forward. They've got options there. It's the middle of the ground where the questions are going to be raised out of tonight. Max Holmes is probably, as I mentioned before, the one player who's got on the move, looked dynamic, actually broken out of some stoppages and some play. Apart from him, it really hasn't happened, but able to find a goal there, the Cats.
Perfect bounce. Mackay straight down to his captain in Cripps, and he's been done for holding the ball. He can't believe it.
Because he wasn't actually tackled.
Wow. So Sam de Koning's won the free in the bullseye. Goes long. Rowan's really set himself there, and then Atkins follows up with a tough tackle on Cowan. It'll be another stoppage. Ball up, 45 directly in front of the Cats' goal. Dangerfield in the ruck, flicks it behind his head. Only as far as Acres, shakes a tackle, gives it back. Oh, Atkins gets involved, but swooping on him was Hewitt, making sure he doesn't go anywhere as he was charging at pace towards goal. It'll be another ball up on the edge of the centre square. The goal square.
Deep forward for the Cats. Cripps grabs it out of the ruck, tackled by Dangerfield. Hand pass picked off. Clark forward pocket. Hangs a hand pass inside the boundary line. Gets it to Dempsey. Handball away to Stengel. Runs at arc. Hit the fat part of the footy. Floats across the goal face. Top of the goal square. Spills down to Atkins. Feeds Myers and hooks through a goal. His first of the night. And the Cats kick a couple in a row, but they're coming from way, way back. Geelong to 10-9-69. Carlton 16-11-107. 38 points Carlton's lead. 18.5 gone. Final turn. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, I thought Tom de Koning, they might have put a line through him, but he put his hairband on, which tends to suggest he's ready to return, and he's just making his way out to the middle. That crowd over 75,000 is exceptional considering how cold it is. My weather's just ticked on 7 degrees. Feels like 4. It is genuinely icy down here. I see the windows are shut up there, guys, so I bet it's nice and warm up there where you are.
You ever stop whinging, Jimmy? If it's too hot, you whinge. If it's too cold, I mean, fair dinkum. You get in for nothing.
Just paint the picture, Mick.
It is toasty.
You don't even pay to get in.
Topo from the Cats out of the centre square, but it's intercepted by de Koning. And then a hurried kick to centre half forward here for the Blues. Chincotta to Sam Walsh, to Fogarty, to the standing Cripps. Still's got the strength when he's tackled by 2 to get it to Walsh, to Chincotta, and lining up to add some more pain for the Blues is Ollie Hollands. Electrifying, energised. They've been exquisite tonight, these Blues. Carlton by 44. They continue to pile on the pain. They've led from start to finish. 17-11-113. Geelong 10-9-69 in front of a crowd of 75,218.
Well, good pressure again. Good ground ball gets. I've loved their hunt after the ground balls, their ability to outnumber. And that's, I'm sure, what Michael Voss wants from this group, just continuing to train good habits. The game is over. They've won the game. It's a terrific win on a Friday night, but continue to play and train good habits right to the end of this game. And they were able to create it, some good play, and then Hollands with a nice finish. See, the Hollands boys are working well for the Blues.
Oh, yeah. There's Tom de Koning in the middle against his brother. Sam wins the hit out down towards Dangerfield, though, of the Cats' first clean touch. Hand pass to Clark. Kicks across the centre square, and Acres breaks it up. Takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Big night for the club, their 9th annual Carlton Respects game, which is raising awareness about gender-based violence and support, of course, for gender equality. So Carlton with the orange accent on their playing strips tonight and the orange socks. As Acres shares it with Sard, sends it down to half forward, and there's a pack and a free kick in all of that, and it's going Jack Henry's way.
Oh, Harry, you can't complain about that. He's feeding and shoved it left far in the back. People from out the Burke Street saw that.
Jack Henry kicks down the wing as Tom de Koning fronts through, takes the intercept mark. What a player he's becoming.
Huge game by him tonight. Dominant.
And he just keeps getting better. He seems to love being the sole ruckman.
We saw him against the Bombers, Mick. He was best of field that night.
Easy.
Before the break, and he's been excellent again tonight. Kicks down towards half forward. Fogarty hands it out to Kennedy. Tackled as he kicked, and as a result, kick goes out on the full.
His younger brother's got a premiership medal, though, hasn't he?
He does.
So,
and a very good player too, Kelvin.
Yep.
It's been a big ask to come from fullback for the last 2 seasons and then ruck. So if they're going to use him in that position, which should be, he's quite capable. He needs time in it. He probably needs a good pre-season doing it.
So Geelong did all the hard work with 8 minutes to go, and the sting really out of this. From one side to the other, they went forward before Wiedering was able to chop it off with ease. His kick couldn't find a target, and now it's a 50-50 ball on the outer wing. And holding the ball against Geelong, it'll be a free kick going the way of the captain.
I've got a question for you, Mick.
Yeah.
If you're buying stocks and I'm selling them, in the King twins or the De Koning brothers, which one are you buying?
Ooh, Cripps. Short. Think about it, Mick, and the spoil from behind.
Don't need much thinking.
Okay, off you go.
You've got to kick goals, but look, I love the Kings, but the Konings, to me, they're fit, they're healthy, they can get around the ground. The other lads have just got that. You just wonder when they go to the ball, are they going to survive the hits and that? Mind you, they're very brave, but I'd take these two.
Carlton by 19 at quarter time, by 36 at half time, by 27 at three-quarter time. And they're running away with it with a 44-point lead. With still plenty to play in this ball game. These Blues fans are glued to their seat. From the outer side, it emerges to Fogarty. Goes inside 50, backing back bravely, but then going to ground. It was Guthrie. And it allows the Blues to pounce. And it's 4 goals to Charlie Curnow. He was waiting at the back. It was an error from the Cats defender. And his eyes lit up and he gobbled it up at the city end.
It was great by Durden, I thought. He halved that contest.
Yeah.
Geelong had it outnumber, and he was able to halve that contest and get it to ground, and they scored. Fantastic stuff.
Joining us on ABC Sport tonight as the Blues bring up the half century again. They lead it by 50 points. They've piled on a massive 18 goals this evening. And the Blues fans enjoying every moment of these final 8 or so minutes.
Yeah, they've scored, 119 points, 7 goals between their 2 big superstar key forwards. They found other avenues to goal as well. A couple of mids, a couple of smaller forwards. Alex Chincotta doing the role on Tom Stewart. It's been a real team effort up that part of the ground.
The second highest scorer of the season, the Blues, behind only the Good Friday match, scored 137 points against the Roos. Out of the middle, a little hand from O'Connor comes up the back edge of the square. The Cats share it around. Sam DeConing to Duncan. Hand pass to Myers. Pulls his kick late, turns it over. McGovern takes the intercept mark. I won't ask Jarman Impey because he actually has to run around and play against these guys. But Lingy, it's coming your way. The Conings or the Kings?
I thought you were going to ask Jarman that one. Corbs.
He's going to run around out there against him. He's not going to try and throw.
Yeah, the sharp elbows.
Who's your pick, Lingy?
No, I share your view on it, Nick. I'm more the Conings.
I'll tell you who's going to stretch the Kings, in my view, to be Sam Darcy.
Here we go, they're at it again with the Conings on the wing as Tom marks in front of Sam, and a bit of push and shove. We've had Tom win a ruck contest, kick a goal against Sam's. Tom put his knee in the back of Sam's head, gave away a free kick. Sam kicked one back on him, and now a little wrestle on the wing. Tom goes inside 50, Kennedy for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman a long way up the ground. Handball away to Walsh, kicks to the goal square, knocked away in the end off the fingertips of Kolajasny and through from behind. So Carlton by 51, 26 gone in the last.
Charlie Curnow's just been grabbed again. It's quite remarkable how they allow those. Maybe it doesn't work.
Oh, Stengel's kick straight down the throat of Saad. He closes to 70 out. He's got left, right and centre, and he goes to Newman, who was all by himself, just hiding there 48 metres out.
Isn't it amazing how far things can shift in 2 months since the two teams play, where we saw we're raving about Geelong's kicking ability, efficiency, the way they've moved the ball, phenomenal. I mean, the last 3 or 4 kicks, or a couple of times they've gone inside 50, the Cats, and then that kick by Stengel, just horrible kicks.
Nick Newman, he's an underrated player for these Blues, but with each game he plays, they absolutely adore the former Swan.
And doesn't he enjoy that? A left footer. It's their 19th goal of the night and there's still 5 minutes to play. 19-12, 126. They have demoralised the Cats, 10-9-69. The margin is 57 points. And Lingy, you talked about the last time they played. It was back in round 7. What was that? About 8 rounds ago. Cats won by 13. Jeremy Cameron booted 5. Ollie Henry booted 3. Tui booted 3. It was in front of 80,000. And they were one of the premiership favourites after winning the first 7.
And some of the ball movement that day was simply unbelievable. The Cats were pinging it left, right. It was just the ball was moving like lightning. Now we're watching a team who can barely hit a target, certainly in this last quarter. And Carlton are doing the same back to the Cats.
They play the Bombers next week, this same ground, so interesting to see what they've learnt from the ground.
Saturday night, Geelong and Essendon as the Cats work it out in the wing. Jai Clark, hand pass forward towards Duncan, knocks it forward, and Saab finds the safety of the boundary line though for the Blues. And every Carlton fan in the ground still here cheering on every single involvement. And boundary throw in half forward for Geelong.
The Blues can get better when you analyse who's out of the side, who possibilities of being available anyway.
Chera 1 week away, and even look at their emergencies. So Motlop, Marchbank, Pitternet all couldn't squeeze in tonight. The boundary throw in, Geelong head inside 50. Cameron clean pick up, hand pass away to Stengel, kicks outside of the right boot all the way to the goal line, and Dempsey keeps his hands off it and through it goes for a goal. And the All-Australian small forward Tyson Stengel kicks his first of the night. So we've had 20 different goal kickers across the two teams, 9 for Geelong and 11 for Carlton. As the Cats peg one back, 19-12, 1-2-6 Carlton. They lead Geelong 11-9-75. Carlton by 51, time on final turn.
The biggest concern, if you're talking about Geelong, Nick, is the fact opposition teams are now scoring heavily against them. Out of their last 6 games, they've had 2, 3, 4 times the opposition team have scored 100-plus points.
Well, because Stewart's been handled correctly.
And in the preceding, 8 rounds, it was only that Carlton game we were talking about who'd scored 100 points against Geelong. So that's a huge concern.
Well, I think also the fact that Hawkins is now no longer considered a 3 or 4 goal player, and that hurts them.
Here's Cripps bursting out of the centre. A give and go with the coning. He gets it back. He handballs over to Fogarty. Oh, they're lining up. Walsh. Goal kicker number 12 for the night. It's a navy blue party at the MCG. They are dancing in the aisles. The scarves are going, the flags are going. Life doesn't get much better for Carlton fans than a 57-point lead over the Cats with just a bit over 4 minutes to play.
And the percentage is going to get smashed as well. And right now, there's only 2 sides. You've got Sydney that far in front, it's not funny. The Dogs' percentage is quite good. But from there on in, it really is going... And we know we've had a few draws, but outside of that, it means so much now.
Gee, Walsh has been good tonight.
Brilliant. But mind you, they've had so many good players. Good luck with the votes, Lingy. Or
we get Jarman to do it.
Yeah, Jarman, you wanted to do the 3 votes.
Walsh is going all right. We'll leave it at that.
This is his 3rd goal of the year for Sam Walsh. You mentioned during the week he wants to add that to his game. Walton's gone straight to it. On the goal kickers list tonight, Cripps hand pass away to top of the cone.
Got to get a free kick.
Curnow was set his jumper tuck by Kolajasny up. Didn't give him one again. The Cats clean it up. Tui hand pass to Kolajasny. He's mowed down here. Says baller.
I mean, we can see Curnow being grabbed. 2 umpires fall to the centre. They haven't wasted their time down Geelong's end.
He's fought through all those wrestles. Kicked 4 tonight. Curnow didn't get too many on a platter from the restart. Dempsey sockers it forward for the Cats. Boyd off his backside. Got a hand pass away to Elijah Hollins. His tackle. Just inside the boundary line. Southern side ball up. For the Blue Baggers, it's Richmond. 2 teams at ends of the ladder. The Tigers in development mode after a great dynasty in Carlton. Hoping that's in their future. Trying to break a long premiership drought, not since 95, and they look like the second best challenger in it. Certainly on tonight's performance. Hurried kick forward from the Cats. Wiedering though picks it off. Walsh, great spin move, gets out of trouble. Hand pass away to Kennedy, kicks down to half forward. Mackay and Kolajasny close to the boundary line. Kolajasny shoved out of play in the boundary throw-in. Tom De Koning banged up. He was a little slow to get up there, but he's okay. He's going to run it out.
Yeah, but they cannot wait for him here. This frustrates me no end. So Tom De Koning was stuck way out on the wing. The boundary umpire has waited for him to run all the way down. Now, just some other Carlton player should have been forced to take the ruck here.
Yes, absolutely.
And the boundary throw-in favours Tom De Koning down to Cripps. Stripped of it. Atkins emerges with the footy. Goes short to Dempsey. Wants to play on. Draws the defender. Handballs over the top. Here's a chance for Clark. He was caught. Had to handball into space. Running onto it was Kemp, the Blues defender. Little getting involved was Holland, and then Kemp, who's tackled to the turf.
And I'm not even talking about it for tonight. It's irrelevant for tonight's contest. Just as a philosophy overall, boundary umpire, chuck the ball back in. Get the game started.
So that's going to be a new interpretation. We're calling it for years, Ling.
Yeah.
You want to get rid of the pack situation. Throw the damn thing in.
Throw it in. If one ruckman's there, as in recognised or none,
it doesn't matter.
Then two opposition players can sort themselves out and say, right, I'm taking the ruck now, chuck the ball in.
And if the third bloke goes up, it's free kick.
Yep.
Very simple. I just don't get it.
We get grumpy about certain things, Jarman. That is
agitated on a few things, yes. I can understand that.
Kennedy is in the ruck with De Koning. Cowan. Oh, they're doing handballs over their head now. Walsh to Kennedy to Fogarty. They're still hungry for more in the final minutes. This is Williams. He looks up. He goes into the goal square. It's 2-on-1. Waiting at the back is Durden. Couldn't quite get there quick enough. Oh, slipping over and missing it is O'Connor, and Charlie's going to put through his fifth. It's a handful for Charlie Curnow.
Well deserved.
Blues are dreaming. Curnow's got 5. Mackay's got 3. And they are thrashing Geelong by 63 points. Second is theirs on the ladder. Outright second. And Sydney might just be getting a little nervous.
Well, that's 9 goals this quarter, Cal. So it's a big quarter.
63 points, 21-12, 138. Geelong 11-9, 75. Are they shaking in their boots? John Longmire watching on.
Carlton's got plenty of run in their legs, don't they?
They have.
Bursting out of stoppage, using their numbers. That's what I've been so impressed about tonight. They're using their numbers. They're not bypassing any numbers. They're using all of them. Shoulders out, hit a target, inside 50 again.
And if... I agree with Mick, they're not shaking their boots, but if you're going to be able to take it up to Sydney, you have to have a really deep, high-quality, strong midfield.
Talking it up, Lingy.
Jarman Impey alongside Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, Courtney Middlemass, Kelly Underwood and Tim Hodges on ABC Sport. And the second favourites for the flag leading in. They've lost no admirers tonight and maybe picked up a few on that bandwagon with this performance. You don't often see a Geelong sort of Chris Scott coach team torn apart like this. 138 points against, 63 down, 35 gone final term.
You may laugh, Lingy, but I've got some big hard-hitting questions for you in the post-match. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to the Cats.
The De Konings go at it again in the ruck. Spills down to Elijah Hollands. Kick smothered. Tom De Koning can't quite trap it here. Bowes, hand pass out towards Blitzars. Shoots a handball to Tui, who's immediately under pressure and a ball up. Tackled by Akers. So final 2 minutes, Carlton by 63 points in front of over 75,000 at the G.
Cripps into the ruck. He's doing everything. He pushed that one down to Stengel. Stengel's kick, though, has been picked off by Boyd for the Blues. In front of the interchange gates. Goes short. Marked by Akers, uncontested. They're looking to go backwards now. Final minute and a bit. Akers is just going to pop it up. See if someone can take a screamer. No Blues players wanted to run at it.
Kennedy was clear.
And so Guthrie.
45-degree angle inside. No Geelong player picked him up. Would have been an easy transfer.
Back to Duncan. And then sideways to Jack Henry. As the seconds tick down, the big story out of this one is not just the Blues' massive win and the firepower, but Tom Hawkins, the superstar, is on the bench. with nursing an injured foot. We don't know how serious it is. Tim Hodges will be in the rooms after the game, so we'll try and find out more there. O'Connor to Cameron, they team up. Dempsey moving forward in the final minute. Myers stabs it over the top. Taking it here is Ollie Henry, and Close is going to mark and have a set shot in that right forward pocket. He squares it. They can't take the mark. It sums up their night. Atkins spinning and has kicked it straight to Akers, who's played that soccer goalkeeper role beautifully and saves a late goal. Listen to the applause as the seconds tick down here.
Well, there's the blueprint. There's the blueprint. Carlton put up 138 points, their highest score of the year, and win by 63 against a team that has lorded it over them for a decade. Carlton win it wide. For Carlton. We learned a fair bit about them, the second favourites for the flag. We may have just learned even more about the Geelong Football Club and their hopes in 2024. From a 7-0 start, they've lost 6 of their last 7 games. Carlton by 63. Charlie Curnow kicked 5. He's the outright leader in the Coleman medal yet again. 3 for Harry Mackay, 3 for Owies, and 2 for Alex Chincotta, who was superb again. Singles for Cowan, Hollands, that's Ollie, Kennedy, DeConing, Akers, Walsh, Elijah Hollands and Newman.
Touch just down below in front of us. Sam Doherty, the injured blue, out for the rest of the year with a knee injury, has gone over to Tom Hawkins. He's got the white jumper on, the Geelong jumper, and he's on crutches, and just went over and tapped him on the back, had a nice 30-second chat to him, and now all the Carlton players are coming over to Tom Hawkins. Every single one of them is coming over to shake his hand and have a chat to him. Harry Mackay stopping just to say what's wrong. As we mentioned in that second half, he was having a bit of a dirty night, well beaten by Wiedering. The two of them took off on a lead and his foot went from under him and he crumbled on top of the foot that just went out from under him and straight down into the rooms. And we are concerned that maybe at 35 years of age, 4 goals shy of 800 and equalling Matthew Richardson's record, we hope that we haven't seen the last of Tom Hawkins. But as we know, fairy tales aren't always true. We saw Buddy Franklin play his final game limping off with a calf injury, and Chris Judd carted off on a stretcher here at the MCG with a nasty injury as well. So there'll be plenty to talk about in the post-match, Corbin.
3 for Cameron for the Cats, and then singles for Zach Toohey, Holmes, Sam DeConing, Stengel, Gary Rowan, Dempsey, Myers and Close. As you said, problems with left foot complaint for Tom Hawkins, and a MRO incident perhaps involving Patrick Dangerfield in the first minute. He tackled Sam Walsh to the ground. Walsh's head hit off the ground. He had both arms pinned. The question will be whether that was an illegal tackle or not. He'll have a nervous wait. Patrick Dangerfield, it was really his first major involvement of the night. Carlton win by 63 points. I thought at three-quarter time, Geelong might have just made this interesting, the last 3 goals of the game. Well, how about that as a flex in that final term? They went from 27 up to 63 up at full time. The thoughts of Cameron Ling, Jarman Impey and Mick Malthouse were on for another half hour through to 11 o'clock local time. Carlton second favourites for the flag. They enhanced their reputation tonight.
And quite rightly, second favourites for the flag. With a display like that, where it was a high-stakes game, a huge Friday night clash, Geelong were considered a good team. I know their form hasn't been brilliant of late, but a good team. And Carlton just went bang. Their brilliance around the ball were led by their skipper and probably one-day future skipper in Sam Walsh and Paddy Cripps. 41 disposals for Cripps with 13 clearances. Sammy Walsh with 33 disposals had the 9 clearances. They just got everything going, plus the guy in the ruck, Tom de Koning, was outstanding. He had 25 disposals himself with the 7 clearances. Those few around the ball got the ball going. And the thing I loved the most was even when Geelong tried to crank up the pressure and bring some heat to them, Carlton was super clean, super clinical. Their ball use was really dynamic. Don't recall them fumbling too many times or being that panicky when Geelong was trying to bring a bit of pressure. Just a complete performance.
Yeah, they were so clean. I couldn't believe how clean they were and just absorbing that pressure and using the numbers around them. I did also see Carlton very good defensively, set up through the corridor, set up down back. I just thought they were really organised, really well-oiled machines. So they're looking dangerous, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And Mick, they kept Geelong to only 43 inside 50s, which is clearly not enough, and a team that is supposedly good with their ball movement. Geelong defensively, they were excellent, as Jarman's alluding to there. But gee, they were efficient too, with their own running patterns and their own ball use.
Well, I thought that was the best. I reckon that's the best I've seen Carlton run the football. There's two sides to it. You run the football when you're looking okay. You can put, but it's also who you're playing against. And I thought Geelong today, this is probably as bad as I've seen Geelong play. Lack of pressure, certainly lack of accountability in the midfield. And I, as much as I say accountability, there was a couple of attempted tags. There's no question about that. But that's not the accountability I'm talking about. The accountability is that when the ball spreads, where are you? Where are you running to that back line? And quite frankly, they just didn't do it. I've always resisted the thing about age. And I'll throw a few at you, Lingy, and I'm going to come to Tom Stewart for a start off. I just want to ask you that question I was talking about before. I remember when he got reported a couple of years ago. That was a big report. He got
Dion Prestia hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
He just looked a worried person. He just looks like he took everything on board. He admitted his guilt, and he looked bad. He looked bad in himself. He just looked like he was just not enjoying anything. Since the last few weeks where he's been tagged, I've just looked at a player who looks like the expectations are so high about Geelong supporters and thinking that he's, quite frankly, I still think he's one of the best backline players going around and has been for the last 7 or 8 years. But it just looks like the weight of the world's on him to the point where, oh, here I go again. Someone's going to latch onto me. I can't play my own game. I'm just have to win this one-on-one. And he won the one-on-ones a fair bit. He got a couple of goals kicked on him. But he's not the player that Geelong have seen. And I'm not saying for one moment, there's certain players that can only play well themselves in the back half. They forget their opponent. He is a player that can play well on the back line on his opponent, but he just looks like the weight of the world has got to him. And I'm looking at a few years, I'm looking at these players, and I'll throw that on to Beth Stewart. We're looking at Bliscoe's 33, Cameron 31. Now, he's got years in Cameron. Dangerfield 34.
You're stealing my thunder, Mick. This is where I was going to put Lingy under the pump.
Yeah, Duncan 33, Guthrie 32, didn't play tonight. Hawkins 36, Colin Judge is 29. Rowan 33, Stanley 34, Stewart 31. I think Tui, if I've missed him, yeah. Tui's 34, 35. 34 now. So you can't leave everyone out because then you just destroy the club. But there's going to be some very, very big and hard decisions made over the next few months. Some hopefully will just go out on their own terms, but there may have to be a push with a few of these blokes.
Yeah, agree, and we'll be able to talk about it more obviously after we hear from Carlton singing their song. They're just congregating at the top of the race. But on Stewart, it's a really good one. Stewart, I think, is trying to make the play. Yep. He's trying to get himself in a position. I've got to be here to intercept. I've got to be here to attack. He's thinking about getting the ball. Almost needs that reset of go back to when he first came into the team and was established, but establishing himself is I'm going to play on an opponent.
And beat my opponent. And then use my footy smarts to read the ball at the right time. And then he ends up in the right spot to take an intercept mark, in the right spot to run past and get a handball, rather than thinking, I've got to make the play the whole time. That's it. But is he a warrior?
He's a very serious, very intense footballer.
Yeah,
he really focuses on...
Is it his fault? I mean, he's been tagged. I'm wondering, are we going to see this as a trend in the game now?
It has to be.
It has to be. And it sounds like it's a little mindset, but it's a big one. If you go back to just, I'm going to play on an opponent, and all I'm grading myself, my stands are going to be beat my opponent. He'll work his way back into some form, and the tagger, he'll eventually deal with it. But that's something for the Geelong to deal with. The Blues are the happy team, Corbs.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. There's a lot to talk about on the Geelong front. And, there was talk about him in the pre-season playing more in the midfield or, throwing forward. Is there something else they can do to try and get him out of that funk? But we'll come back to that with Lingy. The Blues are on their way to Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms. It is Carlton by 63 points. They kicked their highest score of the season. And I just saw on Fox Footy as well, their highest score against Geelong since the 1995 grand final. It feels like it's all coming back to 95 for Carlton, trying to break that long premiership drought. Tim Hodges is with the winners. Hodgie.
Corbin, I was just talking to Will and Claire, the media managers at the Blues. I said, good luck keeping a lid on this thing. It's they could not fit any more people in the rooms. I can just see Patrick Cripps is at the doorway. He'll lead his victorious Blues into the rooms. It is a vibe down here, I've got to say. We'll talk about Tom Hawkins and the Cats just about 15 metres up the corridors here underneath the MCG. But for the moment, it's all about Carlton. Harry Mackay, the last of the Blues to come in. Jacob Wiedering's behind him. Nick Newman, Zach Williams, and Charlie Curnow is the last Blue. He'll be the last man to join arm in arm. And there's about 500 people in these rooms. They are going to belt this out collectively. Bunch flying high on second on the ladder. I'll just give you an update from Tom Hawkins. So when I walked past with about 5 minutes to go in the final term, he was still in the rooms. His wife Emma was in the rooms with him. He then walked out up towards the bench. He used the crutches. He used them for every about third or fourth step, so I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing with that left foot injury. He then went out onto the ground, as you said. He was with Sam Doherty there for a long time. Interestingly, he and Sam Doherty spent Tuesday night together at the Hall of Fame function for AFL 360. What a turn of events just a few nights later for them both to be suffering long-term injuries potentially. He then joined his team and walked. He was on the crutches when he walked past me into the Geelong rooms. He was a devastated man. Some scans. They were even talking about the Cats, whether they'll go straight to hospital from here to get those scans as soon as this evening. So, I think that's going to be the big story. As much as Carlton is a great story, I think Tom Hawkins, unfortunately, is going to be the biggest story out of tonight, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll come back to you in a moment with some reaction from the Carlton rooms. We're on air for another 20 minutes or so. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Jarman MP, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse upstairs. Gee, it would be a sad way for it to end. I know that, what do they say, there's no room for fairy tales in sport, but geez, that's...
Unless you're Lingy.
4 goals away from 800, and it's not as if it's going to define his legacy whether he got to 800 or not. He'll be remembered so fondly, but 359 games, and to think the last time we may see him on an AFL field is him on crutches at the end of it tonight. Fingers crossed that's not the case.
Yeah. Is there any hint of what it...
Well, so Hodgie's right in that that foot last pre-season. He had surgery on it.
Right, so I was going to ask, what was that?
I can't remember, sorry, Mick, exactly what the injury was,
Right.
but it wasn't navicular, which is the one you immediately think of and get scared of back then. Now, just the way he went to push off and that force that would have gone through that foot, he didn't seem to roll it.
No.
It was just a push off to sprint and immediately collapse down. I watched that and I fear the worst straight away. Something like that just does not look good at all. We'll obviously find out, but it would be a horrible way to end what has been an incredible career. And here we are saying that he's going to finish, but that's just a bit of an assumption that he probably would finish at the end of this year. Not a good one, but before we go too deep into the Cats, Corbs, I got to pump up the Blues some more.
Yeah,
that was just a supreme performance. I'm here busily trying to do the votes because Mick makes me do that. Good luck to myself trying to pick only 3 players to give votes for. There are so many Blues players worthy of votes.
Let's go into the winners' rooms. Carlton by 63 points at full time. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Ollie Hollands has been good enough to come out and join us. We appreciate your time, mate. What a fantastic win. What a fantastic place these rooms are right now.
Yeah, no, very electric in here at the moment. A great win, obviously, against a very respectable side in Geelong. But yeah, we're all very pumped. I think we played in the right way tonight. We wanted to go after our contest and pressure, and we felt tonight was about taking territory and winning the territory battle. And I felt like we did that tonight.
After what happened 8 weeks ago, and then to come out and play like that, as you said, in front of 75,000 people, I mean, it must give you enormous confidence as a team with what's to come for hopefully for the next 2, 3 or more months.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've learned a lot since our game against Sydney, and I feel like we're starting to hit the right form at the moment. But at the moment, we've just got some real guys, playing the roles, and each week we're just stepping up. But yeah, it's been awesome so far, and hopefully we can keep playing the way we are.
It's great to have you for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Ollie Hollands. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Ollie, congratulations on the win. A sensational performance by your team. Now, you get to play with your brother nowadays. Do you have a little word to Tom De Koning and say, come on, mate, that's not how you treat your brother in a game of football? It looked like there was a little bit of heat between Tom and Sam De Koning right from the start of the game. We were loving it.
It's good to see, isn't it, Lingy? I think, it's very entertaining. I'm sure the fans at home would have loved watching the two De Koning boys go at it tonight. But I think that's what you love seeing. You love a good contest in there. And obviously the week before, watching Ben and Harry play against each other, I think there was a real spark there. Particularly this week, I think we sort of stirred up Tommy about it. But it was good to watch them both go at it tonight.
Well, I reckon stir him up every week. He was superb tonight, Tom De Koning. And then your skipper as well, Paddy Cripps, Sam Walsh through the middle, Matty Kennedy, obviously yourself running through there at different times on the wings and that. Just as a midfield performance, was that the most complete, best performance as a midfield group for your whole season so far?
It's a good question, Lingy. I think, to be honest, each week we just go after the basics and we just want to focus on our contest and pressure. And I think all those boys you mentioned there played a fantastic role in that tonight. They gave us real good first look in there. Obviously, Tommy played a great game as well. But yeah, I think they're really connecting in there, all those mids. We've got a lot of guys spinning through there as well, like Elijah flicks through there. Zachy Williams, Tom gets through there a little bit as well. But it's always good being able to put a few different guys there and rotate it through. And I think, from our midfield tonight, we had a very strong performance in there.
Ollie, just going back a few weeks when you did get beaten by the Cats, and we were discussing it particularly with Lingy, and he was honest enough, being a former Geelong captain premiership player, to say that probably Geelong got over the line at Carlton's expense by being the better side. But what has changed so much in that period? Geelong just simply couldn't go with it tonight. Was there something that you've been practicing? Is there something that's come together that it took some weeks to get going, or is it personnel or what?
I think, Mick, it's more just about our identity. Like, we've gone really hard at focusing on that, which is our contested pressure and our defence. And I think tonight we brought that pressure and to be able to get those forward to centre turnovers and then turn them back the other way and score. I think we did a fantastic job of that tonight. So I think the last sort of 6 weeks we've been really chasing our identity in our contest and pressure. And I think you can see what we can do when we get that going. And I think we're starting to hit that aspect of our game really well.
Just on your own game, you seem to cover a fair bit of you. Is there a designated type of play that you have to do as far as a player to get into that back half and protect, and the front half to perhaps add another number at the fall?
I sort of want to try and base my game off being able to get back and support and help the defenders, and I feel like Blake Acres does the same, and it is a real crucial part to our sort of game, and being able to get back there and support, and then and that's how we sort of try and build our offense off that. But for me, that's just the basics of the role, getting back to support and then trying to challenge when we turn the ball over. So I feel like a few times tonight it was nice to be able to get back there and support, but that's all part of the role.
Enjoy the weekend and enjoy the win. Ollie, appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Ollie Hollands in the victorious Carlton rooms, and thanks to Tim Hodges. We might chat to him next door. We'll get Hodgie to jump across and see what's happening with the Cats. 63 points, the final margin. Carlton kicked their highest score of the season. 21-12, 138 over Geelong, 11-9 75. An amazing game of footy. 20 goal kickers, 11 for the Blues, including Lockie Cowan, who kicked his first in AFL footy. Charlie Curnow kicked 5, and 3 each for Mackay and for Owies. Meanwhile, for Geelong, concern for Tom Hawkins, a left foot injury, looked rather serious, ended the night on crutches. Meanwhile, Patrick Dangerfield laid a tackle on Sam Walsh, which may draw some censure from the match review officer. We'll wait and see tomorrow.
It's a really great blend now. I look at that Carlton team, because yes, we know there's the Cripps element and the Walsh element and the Curnow up one end and Mackay and Wiedering. So those established now, peak of their career, prime players. But then you've got players like Ollie, who we just spoke to, Lockie Cowan, Elijah Hollands. They're 19, 20, 22 years of age. So there's also that youthful run and enthusiasm and just different elements now they've got to their game, where if you went back even last year and perhaps the year before that, you look and you think, who's the different look that Carlton have got? We know Cripps is going to do certain thing. We know how good Walsh is, etc. But what's their other run? Who can really cover the ground? Who can use the ball well inside you? Who could do this? Who could do? I think some of those younger players they've blended into this team is now giving them that really great balanced look as they start ramping up for September.
Have you got them as the biggest challenger for the Swans?
Except for a certain black and white striped team that I think once they get their players back are going to come flying home. What's one of those great horses at Kingston Town, or one of those who just looked gone at the... I don't know my horse racing, so I'm not going to embarrass myself, but one who is going to just fly past the post. I shouldn't have even started with that.
No. What do you reckon, Mick?
I think there's 4 sides.
Yep.
Sydney clearly, Carlton, Collingwood and GWS up and running.
I thought you were going to say Hawthorn, given we got Jarman in the box.
I still think, given I didn't, but I've changed. I do think that the Dogs or Hawthorn will make it.
Yep. Can Port be one of those in that top group?
Because they're not good enough.
Okay.
I don't think their forward line is anywhere near what... If you share the ball in the middle, Carlton will outscore you most times because of what they've got in front. Port haven't got that, in my view.
Who's the best team you've played, Jarman? I mean, it's different as a player. You get some sides when they're hot, other sides when they're not. But who's the side where you thought, damn, that's as good as I've come up against this year?
Well, clearly the Sydney Swans. We got beaten by a lot. They really pantsed us. They were really, really good. We feel like Bulldogs, when they're up and running, they've got such a deep list where they just got, so many good players all over the ground, but they have to be up and running. They've been good. Brisbane also, I feel like they could be something if they're up and running as well, as you've seen probably the last week or two. So, yeah, they're probably 2 that we've come up against, and they've been pretty good. And GWS, again, like we had them down in Tassie. When they're going, they're just very dynamic, very dangerous, very potent. They're very good.
Jarman MP with us on ABC Sport.
I just want to say, next week's going to be a really interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about players brothers playing together, the brothers playing coaching, the coach's box might be very, very interesting. Just the ladder has, I've got to say, I think we may have in our show said by round 9 it was just about decided the top 8.
I think you said that, Mick. I'm distancing myself from
I've got a funny feeling you may well have agreed with me.
We're a team right up until this moment where I thought, no, Mick, that was definitely you.
Until I make a statement like that. But what's happened is Melbourne have fallen right off. Yeah. Hawthorn and the Dogs have bounced back. And I say the Dogs have bounced back because I think Richards has added a different dimension to them.
Yep.
And I think Darcy is going to be everything that Norton needed to play near him.
What do you expect the Cats to amount to? Are they going to be a lower end of the 8 team? Are they going to miss? What do you think
they'll miss.
I think they'll miss.
I think they'll miss. I just they've beaten all the easy sides, and there's a few easy sides. I just think they're going to be really struggling. And I'm just looking at their list. Yep. It's not going to change now, but they've got potential 6 players plus 30 Grand Premiership players could and should think about their future at the end of this year, because I'm not going to get any better. And I'm not an ageist person. I just think that watching them tonight, watching them over the last 4 or 5 weeks,
they haven't got many injuries. They are what they are.
They are what they are, and they're going to have to start all over again. Geelong have got a great record of starting pretty well. They might just jump out and recruit a few players. Who knows? But I think that other sides have really measured off with them. They know how to play them. Jarman was an interesting thing. I was always staggered that when you build it onto your ground, why don't you make it more like the grounds you're going to play in finals? They elected to keep the cigar-shaped ground, which feeds them multiple wins. It gets them into the 8. I'm not 100% sure that was the right way. We had a chance at West Coast to go from Subiaco, and we changed.
Mick, Craig McRae asked for your advice on ABC Radio the other day about what to do with Still Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury, and you said whatever you do, don't retire them both at the same time.
That's right.
So Lingy's mates with these guys. If you're coaching Geelong, talk me through what you're doing at the end of the year, because we've got 9 games to go. You don't think they can make finals, so
they're in they're currently in the 8, but right. I think it's going to be a really change of what way they're going.
I think we all agree that Tom Hawkins is playing his last year.
Well, we'll go from the top.
Okay, so Tom Hawkins is...
Buse is like he. Let me tell you, all these players have been fantastic. So I'm not.
Right.
I'm not all there is that the cup becomes empty, or a little bit left, and you've got to decide whether you stay on or you play. I said to players, "Do you want to play seconds?" Oh, what do you mean? I said, "Well, I think you will."
Right.
So they retire.
So yes or no? So Hawkins, I think we all agree, is in his last year. And we have our fingers crossed that he at least gets a farewell game, but it looks like he has suffered a serious foot injury. Mitch Duncan's 33.
No, I think Mitch is one of those players that will have a little bit left. Go. I would leave.
Zach Tui, 34.
Yes, go.
Dangerfield, 34.
Go.
Jeez.
Hang on, wait. When you say go on or gone?
No, retire.
Oh, right. Okay. So you've done Duncan, Tui and Danger all gone?
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Was there any more to that?
Yes, Stanley.
Gone.
Rowan
gone.
Buse.
And Buse. Hang on.
One off season.
Wait, so you've told Craig McRae don't do them all at the same time, and you've just given us 7 that you said are all gone.
You've got Guthrie, who's had 2 interrupted seasons now. If he thinks that if his body's fine, he should go again. There's no doubt Colin Jasmine should go again. Who else is 30 plus? We've got here. I've got Cameron definitely should go. Lisgarves could go again. And Stewart should go again. So that just so happens that they've got so many players 30 plus, not 30,
yep.
30, 33, 34, 35.
Yep.
Been around the long, and I think it might have been Chris Scott said, number of finals added onto the games. They've played an enormous amount of football. Every game you play, believe me, and you ask these lads who have played, it takes its toll. It just gets you, it wears you down. And I just think that they've got if they can do that, then they draw on 6 new players and virtually start again.
So confirming Mick Moldhouse, if he was the coach, would say Hawkins is done, Mitch Duncan's done, Zach Tui's done.
Well, when I say done, I just think
end of the year.
The cup has got a little bit left in it. Don't drain it out don't drain it and have a career that ends like that.
Yeah, and Dangerfield playing his last year as well. Lingy, what would you add to that? How I'm not going to put you under the pressure because they're your mates,
Yep.
Do you agree that Tom Hawkins is playing his last year?
Oh, yeah, that's my feeling.
Yeah.
Certainly get that, and as you said, let's hope it's not because of that injury too, that there's opportunities again. That's been my feeling. I mean, it's interesting. So the conversations, Chris Scott's always been very mature about this.
Yep.
He would be having ongoing conversations with these guys, once a month sort of thing. What are you thinking? How are you feeling? So it doesn't come as a shock where Chris Scott would go to them and say, actually, we think that you might have to finish up now. He would be gauging them. And for a couple of them, they'll make the decision for him. So Tom, for a good example, might say, I'm done at the end of this year. I'm going to finish. So there's one he doesn't have to finish up and retire. Tom's going to do it himself. Mick's not far off with the ones that he's gone through. They're all at that point where they may be best to finish up, and just because of their ability to cover the ground, their ability to recover, their ability to play deep into finals, and if they were to make finals, it gets harder and harder.
Do you think they're a finals team?
I think they'll play finals based on sheer maths, because they've got 8 wins.
Yep.
They're going to win
9 to go.
They've got to win another 5 of their last.
Yeah, actually. So
Five.
now it's
5. It's 5.
Five.
Yeah,
That's
five.
a good point. Yeah.
Do you want me to give you their run?
I had 12 wins for them. I've got it right here. They will. Gee, the next 3 weeks are big, aren't they? Essendon, Hawthorn, and Collingwood, huge games. Then they've got the Bulldogs at home.
Yep.
Which I'd back them in.
Yep.
They'll beat North Melbourne, wherever that is, in Tassie. They'll beat Adelaide Crows at home. So to me, there's 3 wins before I get to those away from those last 3 weeks. They'll knock off St Kilda later on in the year, and they'll knock off West Coast in the last game. There's 5 wins.
Yeah.
So that's with winning 0 of the next 3.
Yep.
Which, and I'm not saying they will win 0. So I just see they're gonna find a way to win 5 games, which gets them to 13.
Will they be a player if they make it?
Oh no, a lot would have to shift. A lot would have to improve between now and then to be in Sydney's bracket. Well, don't forget, we're all trying to beat Sydney right now.
63-point winners tonight, Carlton over Geelong. Into the Cats' rooms, Tim Hodges down there. Hodgie?
Well, it's amazing. You just walk down the corridor from the elation of the Carlton rooms to the absolute despair of the Geelong rooms, and I really feel there's a shell shock down here at just the enormity of the loss, but also the loss of Tom Hawkins. Now, Tom just went on crutches to his car with his wife, Emma. They're going to have scans. They've got a place down here in Melbourne, so they'll either have scans straight away or first thing tomorrow morning. I spoke to one of the Geelong people, and they said it's mid-foot, they fear it is. So I don't know whether that's a crack. Obviously, X-rays tomorrow morning or later on tonight are going to determine just the extent of this injury. And I don't know, guys, like if it is a crack, like what that means. So, yeah, this is a real wait and see for Geelong's longest serving player, and you cross your fingers for Tom Hawkins at just what these X-rays are going to bring up. So, yeah, a real sense of shell shock down here in the Geelong rooms. This has been a disastrous night on the scoreboard, clearly, and also with their biggest star in the forward line.
Thanks, Hodgie. It is a really sad point in way to end the night from a Geelong perspective, not just the bad loss, but also the ramifications for their game's record holder. We're coming to a close on Friday night footy.
Bit of a lull tomorrow night when you're meant to be celebrating, and
I was thinking that.
I know, and Tom Hawkins will limp in, and the coach will be a bit grumpy.
Yeah, don't worry. I reckon I'll go and find a few of my old teammates who are no longer involved there.
Okay.
We might pin our ears back in a quiet little corner.
Plan a few gags when you're up there or something, just...
I'm not funny.
Give me some lightning votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. 63-point win for the Blues.
The votes can be a celebration of Carlton, a thoroughly deserved celebration. Gee, there's going to be some unlucky players here. Charlie Curnow's not getting a vote, which is ridiculous. He just kicked 5. He was brilliant. Matty Kennedy, superb. Blake Acres, very good. I'm sorry. But I'm going to give Sam Walsh only 1 vote, despite being brilliant. 33 touches, kicked a goal, was just dominant. But that means Tom de Koning gets 2 votes. I nearly gave him 3. 25 touches, but I just thought he was brilliant from start to finish. 3 votes to the captain. How's this? 41 disposals, 14 clearances, 5 inside 50s, 8 score involvements. a complete performance by a complete champion. So
Yeah.
1 to Walsh, 2 to De Koning, 3 to Cripps.
Yeah, gaudy numbers. Great debut, Jarman MP. Keen to see you again right here on ABC Sport.
Yes, mate. Absolutely loved tonight. Thank you all so much for having me. It was an absolute pleasure.
Good luck for the remainder of the year. Enjoy tomorrow night, Lingy.
Thank you, Corbs. I'll try to.
I'll see you, Mick, for AFL Saturday tomorrow, 12 noon, right here on ABC Sport. Thanks to Cal, to Stu, to Craig back in the studio, to Hodgie, signing off the Blues by 63.
Of league, then it's time to go insane. With Zane Bojack and former Raiders halfback Sam Williams.
He asked me questions I do know. He asked me questions I don't know. He even gets me to sing.